I forgot about a very important detail. So the grand reveal of Crusader Kings 2 is going to need just a quick second. My God. It's like one of the first... Yeah, I'll explain everything that's going on with Crusader Kings 2. Excuse me. Oh, I should have got some water before I started, but that's fine. I'll get by as far as I can, and if I need a break, I'll do it at that time. So the aspect ratio is all messed up. Oop. And the game crashed. All right. Let's verify integrity. This will take a minute, so I'm going to grab a quick drink. Let me move Crusader Kings up on the list. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. It has been quite a while since we've done Crusader Kings 2, and not for any particular reason. It's just the way that all of this has turned out. So I should have guessed that there would be some challenges. Okay, the game is where's the... Normally I have like a... Hey, Neon Treon. No, we're starting Crusader Kings 2. I'm trying to figure out where Stellaris is now. I'm trying to remember if I had finished the campaign when I played the multiplayer session, or if we just finished it. But I'm actually, I mean, we'll switch to Stellaris if I don't have anything else. But oh, the file's validated. Okay, I just need to grab a quick water, and then I'll be back, and we'll see if we can get this thing working. I know there's a couple of tricks that I can do, but the audio is also very quiet, so... Ah, excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to grab my water before too many people come in, and we'll see if we can get this figured out. So see you guys in a sec. There is a little bit of exciting Paradox news from today. So it's the 10th anniversary on GOG, I believe. And I don't believe these things are related, but I should probably put the back soon sign away. But I believe they announced that Stellaris will be now available on GOG.com, which is obviously something that we can't always rely on. We can't always rely on something like that because I know... I'm not quite sure how Paradox's DRM works, but for a while, all the new stuff was only available on Steam. So if you already have the game, I suspect this doesn't really mean that much. But if you've I don't know, if you've kind of been on the fence, I know there's a couple of people who used to watch, especially for Crusader Kings 2. That was sort of the thing I was planning on doing in this opening time, not fighting to get CK2 working again, but rather talk about my history with the game. So this should be an easy fix. And how about, oh, yeah, that's why the volume's not what it should be. Now it's probably a little too loud. Just take a bit of the edge off. Once more with feeling. Anyway, so yeah, if this is a sign of things to come, I am very encouraged by the move. Again, it doesn't mean a whole lot to me because I already own Stellaris, but for people who prefer the DRM-free family of GOG, or maybe they'd been on the fence, or more importantly, just I'm able to, you know, recommend the game and use the affiliate link. For whatever reason, it never hurts to have a larger player base for a game. And I think Stellaris is an excellent one. So hopefully that means we'll see some more contemporary Paradox games on GOG. We'll see what the future holds. But for now, we are coming back to Crusader Kings 2. And I know there's a new... I actually don't know when the new DLC is coming out. Let's see if it's got a date. What is it called? Kings 2... I bet if I just search Crusader Kings 2, it'll tell me. Holy Fury. So Holy Fury is going to be $20 US. And I don't think it has a release date. Yeah, nothing I can... Still says TBD on the... Yeah, still says TBD on the wiki. So again, no point in talking about a DLC that we wouldn't have access to. Now, I am missing a couple. Part of this is just by decision. So I don't know what the advantage of Sunset Invasion is, but I've never been interested in that one. And then I think there's a ruler designer, which, again, I always like playing with what the game gives me, so I personally never saw the benefit from that. But Crusader Kings 2 is a really special one for me, because while I had played other games before, and there were people who really enjoyed my stuff, and this is back when I was streaming for the very first time, I was... I sort of feel like I kind of came into my own with Crusader Kings 2. This was a time when I had an upload of about 500 kilobytes. I was still trying to figure it out. It was the game actually that I got a special microphone that I'm still using for, because people sort of talked about how they like my commentary. And what was really special about this was I learned the game on stream. Some of the other ones I've played and brought to the broadcast, but I think Crusader Kings Way of Life had just been released when I started streaming it, and I think I had like Sons of Abraham, Sword of Islam, the Republic's one, and the Byzantine one, Legacy of Rome. Yeah, so I had Sword of Islam, Legacy of Rome, the Republic. Maybe I bought the Old Gods because I wanted the expanded map. I didn't have Charlemagne. I did have Sons of Abraham. But anyways, a lot of very fond memories of it. There's still, I think, a couple people who are kicking around who still remember the House Rose playthrough. But it has been a very long time, and not by design. I think one of the things about Crusader Kings 2 is that it is hard to learn, easy to master. It's probably, if you don't count Victoria 2, which is kind of, it's kind of stacking the deck. But on the other hand, Victoria 2 is still under the old engine. If you consider the modern Clausewitz engine games, Crusader Kings 2, I believe, is the oldest of of the series, of the ones that are released. So this would be among Crusader Kings 2, Europa Universalis 4, Hearts of Iron 4, Stellaris. I feel like I'm missing one. Crusader, Europa, Victoria isn't a modern one. Hearts of Iron would be next. Yeah, Stellaris. So, and then obviously Imperator will be added to that list. But I believe Crusader Kings 2 is the oldest of these games, and in some ways you can see how Paradox has sort of learned some lessons in terms of how they present information. It is also a very different type of game, but I think one of the things is that once you sort of figure out the tricks, it's very easy to get to certain points in this game where you know there's really nothing that can take you down. But then I also think that this game is very permissive for that kind of thing, because really the game is all about the stories that you wind up telling. Like, it's the sandbox experience. Things like, oh yeah, of course I tried to get my, a horse turned into the king or something like that. So I've been looking forward to coming back to this for a while, and it just so happens that things like Hearts of Iron come by, Stellaris come by, Surviving Mars, Battletech. Paradox has been really good in terms of giving me access to things that are likely going to be popular on stream, or things that I would personally enjoy and I think I can cover well. But what this is translated into is Crusader Kings kind of getting pushed aside with all of the different releases. So I haven't really played a lot of Jade Empire. I don't think I'm going to do an Eastern Kingdom. We will do a custom game setup. And I will try, because I know I'm not... Oh, that's right. My middle mouse is... Ooh, this might be a problem, actually. I need to see if there's another way I can zoom. Well, I'll figure that out later. For now, I can just hit back. I like the animations that they added to the map. But yeah, I do want to try and turn this, maybe not exactly into a tutorial, but I want to try and make this worth watching. And one of the things I'd actually like to do is give voice to my thought process, because I have a feeling that there are some things that I used to do that probably aren't worth doing anymore. And because it's been so long, I'm going to learn that the hard way. Now, in terms of starting, one of the best things that you can do... So there are some sort of tips that people give in terms of how you can start with Crusader Kings 2. They, say start on Ireland, Noob Island, and you can be like a count or a duke and start small. And that does make a lot of sense, because the advantage to starting small in Crusader Kings 2 is that you don't need to run a lot of stuff. So that means that you can focus more on individual things that your character will do, or potential things that you might want them to do. And you can sort of learn these things in isolation. So if you're only ever worrying about one plot, or if you have a limited number of people that you can invade, you're just generally going to get in less trouble. Whereas if you start as the Byzantine Empire or the Abbasids or something like that, you're going to have a bunch of people all with their own ideas about how things should be run, and your empire is going to get ripped apart. And that can be really fun, but it's probably not the best way to learn everything, because you're going to hit a button and all of a sudden all hell's going to break loose, and you won't know whether or not it's because something you... it was something you did or something that the game threw at you. So I'm kind of feeling like starting as a count. But and again, I need to figure out what's going on with my zoom, but I need to get to the options for that. I'm going to start in 769 with the hope that we can take it all the way to the end. This game does have a pretty long time, so late Middle Ages is a start time. It doesn't end in year late. But let's talk a little bit. You can actually start your lessons of this game straight off. I am really interested in playing a Republic, but I think I'm going to do that on my own time. I don't know if that'll be really interesting for the stream. The first lesson that you can get is about Crusader Kings 2 is how the game displays information. How does the game tell you what you need to know? This is a very beautiful map of Europe and the Middle East and India. But it doesn't really tell you a lot about how the world is divided other than sort of these counties. And so if you want a political view of the world, the realms, you have something that looks like this. And generally color-coded, although it's sometimes hard to tell. Usually if you put your mouse over, it'll give you more information than others. It is worth mentioning that the information that you get when you mouse over is different depending on what you're in. So if you go to terrain, it's going to tell you, this is a desert and currently it's in mild winter, whereas let's say, some part of Egypt, desert temperate. So it's pretty intuitive in terms of what's going on. Like if you have the economy view up, it's going to tell you how much wealth that province generates and so on and so forth. But generally you sort of think, well, what information do I need to know right now? So if you want, you can always start off with the bookmark start, so early Middle Ages. The early Middle Ages started with the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the early 5th century. The earlier part of this era saw great Germanic and Slavic migrations across Europe, with people such as the Goths and Lombards settling in southern Europe, the Franks settling in Gaul, and the Saxons crossing the sea and settling in Britain. The Eastern Roman Empire was violently shaken by pressure from the Goths and the Avars, and fought bitterly with the ancient Persian enemy. The rise of Islam saw Arabs conquering immense amounts of territory in the Middle East and North Africa. In India, several great dynasties vied for dominance, with the Rashtrakutas rising towards the end of the 8th century. In the steppes, the Khazars grew in power, and in Scandinavia, things were about to change in a way that was about to affect the entire continent. The Viking Age. So if you ever want, it's one thing that's always really delightful about these kinds of games is to just take a look at how the map changes over time. If you look, and there's a story that's told here, right? We'll just focus on Western Europe because it's probably what we're most familiar with. But take a look at this in the late Middle Ages compared to the early Middle Ages. So there's a story that gets told there. And more importantly, if you go in the middle periods, let's go for William the Conqueror. You're rooting for the Holy Roman Empire? Maybe we'll form it. You can sort of see which parts of the world are starting to fragment some of the things that are happening. But in our case, we're going to start in the early Middle Ages. If Johnny Big Time would like to form the Holy Roman Empire, we can start as Charlemagne, who is in control of Upper or West Francia? I think it's West Francia. Or if we want, we can break history and we can play his younger brother Carloman and try to unite the kingdoms. In this case, this was one kingdom that was split up by the father and sort of co-ruled. But the way that the game models that, the two brothers apparently did not get along very well. So the game sort of models it as two separate kingdoms. But and this makes a lot of sense. One of the things that sort of happened to me between is I've been reading a little bit of history and I don't understand it well, but I definitely understand some parts of history a bit better. So we can talk a little bit more about what the world was like around this time. I'm not an expert, so I'm sure some fans will be there to correct me instantly and without mercy. But we'll do our best. Anyways. So this will give you an idea of sort of the political divisions of the world, but the trick here is that these are sort of the high levels. So in this case, you can click on West Francia, and sure, you're going to get King Carl, also known as Charlemagne, and if you click on Middle Francia, you're going to get Carloman. And if you click on an individual county again, you can actually get sort of the lesser unit. But maybe you don't want to be guessing, right? So, like, let's say I've got a couple of friends who they know a ton of Islamic history. So maybe they don't want to just play the Abbasid Empire. Maybe they just want to play one specific individual that they know about. Because, I've got cases of friends who, they talk about being, related to Mamluks or something like that. And Mamluks obviously come up later on in Europa Universalis 4. But these are the things that make this game interesting. Like maybe you want to play the Saxons, next door to the Crusader Charlemagne, who's going to want your land. So if you want to say, it's like, you know what, I feel like I would benefit more from starting small or from playing one of these smaller, I want to limit my choices to a particular rank. You can actually break the map down by counts. So in this case, these are all of the counties. And you'll notice there's some areas that are gray. That's just because it isn't a count that sort of runs over them. Johnny Big Time says, if you try to correct System Chalk, you will be bound, hung by your toes, and beaten with a flail. Well, that's only assuming that part of it really depends on how lazy I am in terms of going into the chat now, but there will be nasty facial expressions that I make for sure. One thing that's actually not a bad way to start, let's say you feel like the count, so I never really finished this idea, but one of the drawbacks to playing as a count is that not a lot happens. And so if you're impatient, or if you are not quite sure, highly recommended? We're recommending this expansion. Oh, cool. So it's saying, based on the character you've picked, here are some things that'll make this fun. So I'm going to assume Jade Dragon, if I'm somewhere in Spain, I'm assuming Jade Dragon isn't very relevant. But if I'm, on the border, I wonder if it ever says Jade Dragon's a must. Yeah, okay, so apparently... Oh, yeah, of course. Anyways, so I was thinking... Duke is probably not a bad way to start because you'll have some people under you. So in this case, you can understand how the mechanics work on 2 levels, above and below. If you feel like a bit of a challenge, you can play a king, which is where Charlemagne and his brother find themselves. No kings in England, but you can play a king of Scotland. Well, pre-Scotland. I've never personally picked based on religion, although I am mildly curious. I know there's a Jewish enclave in 769. This is not always the easiest start, and I was debating on trying it, but I thought I'd maybe save that for another time. If you're wondering what these white spots are, it's basically holy sites. I wonder if I pick a Catholic. Yeah, so depending on the religion that I've picked, these are the holy sites of Catholicism. I'm sure Jerusalem is selected is there as well. You can go by culture. So, curiously enough, Francia contains the Franks. There's the Lombards. I did not know that there were the Italians in 769. I'm tempted to try a Lombard. Obviously, you've got Greeks in the Byzantine Empire. You've got the Norse. And again, one of the things that you may find particularly interesting in yourself is if you know something of your heritage, you might want to play that. Or alternatively, one really fun way to pick is to go by government. So obviously, this is, this is not too far out from Rome. You've got sort of a feudal system in Europe. Iqta is sort of a Muslim version of the same thing. There is feudalism in India. And then, of course, if you want to play a more tribal group, you go to sort of the eastern parts of Europe, parts of the United Kingdom. What will eventually become the United Kingdom are tribal, but it's pretty, I don't know. I've personally never played the Nomads. That would be another one for me to be interested in trying. But I've kind of filibustered this enough. We're taking a while to get started because of my technical problems, but I can't blame those anymore. So I think I'm going to make an effort to play a Lombard, which means I need to pick northern or southern Italy. And I'm a little inclined to try northern because that obviously creates some interesting tensions with the Holy Roman Empire. So I'm going to pick a count to see where the line goes. So we're looking. Oh, Verona would be neat because we've got Obviously, we've got the story of Romeo and Juliet. Again, one government style I quite like personally is republics. I think they're fun, and they've got some neat mechanics in this game. But let's play the Count of Verona, who apparently has a very difficult start. So let's just take a look what the neighbors are like. So if I wuss out, nope, no dukes. So we will play Count Adermo of Verona. Unless you guys have something special you want to see, but... All right, I'm just going to go with all the defaults here. There are a ton... So for those of you who haven't played this game in a while, do open it up. There's a ton of stuff that's been added. And I mean, over history, we've seen it. So we played in Reaper's Due. We played Horse Lords and such. Jade Dragon hasn't affected me too much because I tend to play in Europe a lot. Let's make this guy into a complete badass. I don't know if you were... I don't think you were around for this story, Johnny, so... Yes, Kite! Okay, guys, Kite is here. Kite is the reason I'm actually doing Crusader Kings 2, because he always mentions it every once in a while, and he says, you know, it's like, oh yeah, I really liked it when you do that. Kite is definitely a big force for why we've been doing Crusader Kings 2, so here we go. We are returning to the feudal age as the Count of Verona. And you know what? It's a clean slate. Anything that I had before is going up in flames. Even the cloud, no cloud saves. Okay. I'll do some shout-outs in a little bit. Guys, if Johnny and Kite, if you need to go, please let me know, because I want you to be here while I say nice things about you. And we are going to enjoy this. I'm actually, I don't know how much this is coming across. I'm really excited to get back to this. I like this game a lot, and I love sharing it with you, and it means a lot to me that I have been away from this game from so long, and I still hear people talking about how much they enjoy the game. So I fully intend to give it, you know, I intend to give it the full run. There's going to be some new things for me to learn. There's going to be a lot of screw-ups, and we are going to have the time of our life doing this. So, welcome to Crusader Kings 2. In Crusader Kings 2, you play a succession of medieval rulers from a single dynasty. There is no set goal, but the world is filled with ambitious rivals. Secure more land to increase your power and protect your family. You cannot hold infinite amount of land yourself. To expand, you will need to rely on vassal rulers. Keep them happy with titles and gifts lest they decide to revolt. The game will end in 1452 if your line can stay in power that long. As a ruler, your first priority is to secure an heir. If you do not have a legitimate heir when your character dies, this game will end. Other pressing matters appear as alerts along the top of your screen. Crusader Kings 2 is a pausable real-time game. This means that you can issue commands both while the game is paused and when the clock is running. To pause or unpause the game, click the date in the upper right corner and press the space bar. Use the plus and minus symbols to speed time up or to slow it down. Crusader Kings 2 takes place on a fully 3D map. You can zoom in and out using your mouse scroll wheel. Holding down the scroll wheel and moving, the mouse lets you pan. You can always reset the map by pressing backspace. Okay, backspace is going to wind up saving my butt. Furthermore, the game gives you some details. This is one of the things I really like about this game because you get to learn a little bit about the history. Europa Universalis, I feel, is a bit better at telling you some historical events. Not always. There's some history in this game as well. But this game gets very silly very quick. So, no special Lombard culture effects. Feudal government revolves around the oath between liege and vassal, and feudal lords can only directly own so many holdings before they start to rely on vassals, whose loyalty may vary. There are several succession laws to pick between, each with its own merits. The centralization law controls the maximum size of your demesne, and the number of direct vassals you can have. If you should convert to a religion in the Muslim group, your government will change to Iqta. Feudal lords can hold castles, fort, and hospital holdings without penalties. They can hold tribal holdings without penalties for countries with my culture. I can build castles, cities, temples, fort, and hospital holdings. I can revoke titles from tribal government vassals or of another religion without objections from other vassals. You can move your capital to within the same lifetime every 600 months. Tribal government vassals are not included in the vassal limit calculation, and you can't grant kingdoms and empires to characters with a government from a different group. And we are Catholics, so Catholicism is one of the oldest branches of Christianity, the one that has had the biggest impact on the history of Europe. The formal head of the religion is the Bishop of Rome, the Pope. Catholic bishops must pay a tax to the Pope rather than their secular liege. Catholic rulers can set up anti-popes. The Pope can excommunicate Catholic characters. The Pope can grant divorces. The Pope can grant the invasion casus belli. The Pope can grant claims on titles. The Pope can call for a crusade. Rulers can order an unlanded courtiers to take the vows, and there is always a Pope, landed or not. So here we are. Now I'm going to take a quick second to look at the options and see if there's any... Nope. Okay, let's see what the wiki says. Zoom with keyboard. Oh, dude, Johnny, if you look up some of the history of stuff like anti-popes and that, you find history's mental. There's just no other way to put it. Oh, for God's sake, somebody... £1.15 with free... That's plain... Yeah, so plus or minus doesn't... Oh wait, plus minus on the map. Ah, page up, page down. Okay, this is a lifesaver. That clicking's gonna get annoying for a bit, but... Okay, so... Here we are. If you start a game like this, what do we want to know about the world? We are here in Verona. We are a Lombard. Maybe you want to start with your portrait. So here I am, fine figure of a man. I have no wife. Apparently Brunhilde is my heir. 13-year-old girl. That will not do. So, I'm 27, so it's high time that I got married, and I had lots of babies. We'll worry about that a little bit later, but let's talk about some information that you can find inside. Oh, by the way, if you're interested, there are Wikipedia links in the game, so let's see if we can find Charlemagne. That's what came up. I think Charlemagne is a very cool figure. Yeah, so what's some information I have about me? Well, I have my age, my rank, some details like this, but maybe let's talk about some mechanics. So in the Middle Ages, and particularly in this game is very focused on the relationship between a vassal and a liege. This game, for convenience, sort of needs to divide the world up in terms of, like, it's very easy to think of this game as being a bunch of countries and things like that, but this conception, this wasn't necessarily how people thought about the world that they were living in. It sort of depends where you were, but a lot of it was more like, you know, I am responsible for this land, and I have sort of control over this group of people, and I also have a person I report to, my liege, and I give them, you know, they can call on me for some military service or that. There's actually a really interesting board game coming out by Volko Runke called Nevsky, And the whole idea behind that series is the fact that the obligations of vassals were limited to a certain number of days. So it wasn't just that you could call on your vassals to bring up some, an army to do your thing. You actually had to make sure that your campaign achieved its goals in the limited period of time. Otherwise, you'd be in the middle of fighting a war and everybody's like, okay, well, did my duty. I'm out of here. And that happens in this game too. If you press the claim a little bit too much, people will get upset with you. But we'll maybe talk about some of those things as they come up. So, my dad was Count Aderamo of Verona, same name as me because that's the way these things work. He died at 67, and I believe it's the same pope as before, Stephanus III. Stephanus III is 69. So, yeah, we'll probably have a new pope sometime soon. Mechanically, the game is sort of split up a bit among 5 traits. So we've got diplomacy, which is your ability to interact on sort of the world stage. You've got martial, which obviously is your ability to raise, maintain, and lead armies. You've got stewardship. Now, this is not just your ability to make money, but also particularly to manage your realms. So, again, if you're a knight or something like that, you're responsible for a certain area. You may not be working the fields, but you need to make sure that people are getting things done, and of course that you're getting your piece of the action. Intrigue is your ability to sort of engage in the dark arts, let's say, to be a ne'er-do-well, and also to prevent people from performing nasty actions against you. And finally, you've got learning. Now, learning is often associated with the church. It is something that affects technological progress. But of course, one thing to keep in mind, too, is around this time, literacy is not something you can take for granted. Obviously, the clergy are going to be the people who can read. We're hundreds of years away from the idea of having a Bible that people can read on their own. In fact, one of the things that's really true of the Middle Ages is how boring it all was. It was not like Game of Thrones at all. But depending on what I want to do, so this is the one question, is like, which of these stats do I want to maximize? Well, it depends what you want to do, really. We haven't figured out a goal yet, and we'll be working on that. But if you're ever confused about something, you can always just hold your mouse over a trait and it'll tell you. So diplomatic skill affects other characters' opinions of you. It's important for tasks given to the Chancellor. It also improves your prestige. So this is something that you might want to do because, of course, this game is about the relationship between the vassal and the lord. And if you're not capable of handling diplomacy, you may find out that everybody hates you and they want to take your land away. There's dragons in this game, Johnny. Martial skill is important for generals and also affects the outcome of tasks given to the marshal. So, obviously I could maybe assign better warriors to take care of my armies, but what if those warriors aren't loyal to me? What if they turn around with their own army? I'm going to get beaten on the field of battle. Stewardship controls your tax income and is the primary attribute of your steward. I'm pretty good at this already. Intrigue is the primary attribute of the spy master. High intrigue improves the chances of uncovering plots and carrying out skullduggery like assassinations. And no, there are dragons in this game, Johnny. This game definitely has lots of nudges and winks. Sometimes supernatural stuff happens, sometimes it turns out not to be real. And then learning, as we said, it affects the rate of technological innovation. Some other traits that we might find interesting. My domain size, so I can have up to 6 holdings. Once I have more than 6, I'm not really able to manage what what I have, and so I will be getting penalties on what I can gain. Vassal limit. Apparently, I can't have any direct vassals. I'm assuming that's just because I'm a count. I have 235 men that I can call into service. We'll see why that's important in a bit. Wealth is 42.113. Now, I believe the game does call this gold. One of the funny things is that you are not always guaranteed to be using money. Money wasn't always assured. And more importantly, if you had money, there was no indication that people would accept it. I believe most of the taxation was just simply a matter of crops. You needed, you had people who were working your land. You got some portion of what they were producing, and everybody just kind of existed and subsisted. Prestige is sort of my renown, my what people think of me, and my piety obviously is more related to religion, how good of a person I am, or at least my reputation for being good. Now, if you're interested in scores, the score of the game is the combined prestige and piety of your dynasty. So if you have negatives, you will take away from that total. If you have positives, you will add to the total, and you can just keep moving it up. If you are interested in scoring the game basically will tell you how you did compared to other historical dynasties. This does not, if you want, you can go for the lowest score you want. It's totally up to you. But if you care about scores, if you want to see how it compares, you can basically go to maximize your prestige and your piety. And who wouldn't want to do that, right? Who doesn't want to have their name live on forever? Who doesn't want to be Charlemagne? So you'll notice that there's a match between these things. So my domain is obviously pretty important. I think this is vassal. No, this is realm size. Yes. These don't count towards a vassal limit because they're not really nobility. Piety, prestige, and wealth. So if you're interested in my vassals, I've got a mayor, a bishop, and a baron. Now, because this guy likes the Pope more than me, he's currently paying taxes to the Pope. So one thing that I might want to do to expand my, or to improve my, one thing I might want to do to sort of improve my, my income is I might want to think of some ways that I can improve my relations with this particular bishop. Alternatively, maybe what I want to do is get rid of them and replace them with a more favorable candidate. You can kind of do whatever you want here. One other thing that I forgot to mention, which again, you'll see it being influenced in these traits, but basically your character has certain personality traits as well. So I'm a fortune builder. The fortune builder came out of adolescence with a well-honed business sense, determined to live a life of luxury. I'm craven. I'm humble. Humility or humilitas is the seventh virtue, and the opposite of pride. Humble characters gain piety, where the proud gain prestige. Humble characters tend to dislike prideful ones. I'm charitable. The character is famously charitable. Caritas is the third of the seven virtues and the most chivalrous trait. And finally, I am erudite. This character has a scholarly and bookish disposition. And then in terms of combat modifiers, because I'm craven, I've got a negative. So I don't really want to be engaging in personal combat. So let's start by dealing with some of these alerts. One alert so this pick an ambition and pick a character focus correspond to these here. I usually wind up using these buttons, but you can pick whatever you want. So what's my ambition? Well, I can become a paragon of virtue. I can aspire to become the king of Lombardy. I can aspire to gain a title, become a counselor, build a war chest, groom an heir. In this case, I do sort of want to have a more suitable heir. So in this particular case, my fertility will also go up by 20%. So this seems like a pretty straightforward, ambition to fulfill. I need to get a wife, and I need to produce a baby. Count Adermo wants to have a male child and see him reach adulthood. If Adermo's succession law is absolute cognatic, raising either a male child or female child will fulfill the ambition. With this ambition active, fertility is increased by 20%. Now I can choose a focus as well. So if I'm thinking somewhere along the lines of, let's say my overriding concern is the ability to get an heir, I can boost my fertility by choosing the family trait. It'll also boost my diplomacy, which means I get along well with people. Count Adermo concentrates on family life, ensuring better relations between all family members. I get a bonus to diplomacy, fertility, and health. Of course, another way that I can gain fertility is seduction, which will give me a bonus to intrigue. Count Adermo hones the skills of attraction for thrills and power. This focus unlocks the seduce option versus suitable targets. boosts my intrigue, also boosts my fertility, as well as my sex appeal. So those are the ones that are oriented towards my, my immediate goal of becoming a father. The alternative would be that I can sort of lean in on this stewardship trait, and I can say, well, maybe I want to build up my wealth and my possessions in order to be able to, build this dynasty, build this, maybe conquer new lands or something like that. I might need to invade a neighbor or something along these lines, and maybe it would make sense to have more money in the war chest, and having a bonus on stewardship might help that. In this particular case, I think I'm going to go for family because that'll boost my diplomacy. So we'll select that. You can't change the focus for 5 years, so I'm locked into this for now. And we can say I've got important decisions, but I'm actually going to focus on the fact that I am unmarried. So let's open up Medieval Tinder and let's find a suitable wife. And here we'll go arrange marriage. And here are all these very suitable young women just waiting for a count to sweep them off their feet. They're all Catholic, which is good. They've got the right religion. Some of them are lustful, which may be useful. Of course, it may mean that they cheat on me as well, but it does give a bonus to fertility. One other thing that I might look for are wives that complement some of my traits. So, for instance, this lovely Greek woman has military 12 or martial 12 and an intrigue of 9. And she's 16, so that's a nice young age. She'll be having children for a while. In terms of any alliances that I might want to make, lots of Greeks. I mean, I can really think maybe the Italian, but she's older than me, and the traits aren't really that good except for intrigue. So looking at my options here, I'm thinking probably the best complement would be, is that a Katerine? Yeah. Courtier of Amalfi, and that will give me Doge Leon of Amalfi will give me a non-aggression pack, but I don't really think that's that important for me. So, will you? Okay, that'll reduce my. It's because she is the daughter of a Doge. Okay, well let's So the Frankish Alpide. She's paranoid, proud, arbitrary. Yeah, so we won't get along too well. Even though I'm gonna take the hit to my prestige, I think this is the better wife. She'd give me a slight bonus to my prestige, but it's not gonna be a very happy marriage. Now that doesn't really mean anything. You don't marry for love in this world, but I think we'll go for my my less than desirable Greek wife from Doge Leon of Amalfi. So we've sent off the invitation. We'll make the arrangements. I can recruit a court physician. Now, I think that'll cost me money. So, well, apparently can't. Ensure the realm knows you are looking for a candidate for the position of court physician. We might as well do that. You've sent messengers and scouts in all directions to scour the realm for skilled physicians that would be willing to take up residence in your court. Word should reach you shortly if they manage to find a suitable candidate. Hopefully they will not bring back a quack salver. I hope I do not have to wait long. Alright, now if I want I can set a designated region. Now one way I could potentially make the bishop really like me is to assign him as... I could assign him as the regent. So here's the title, there's the bishopric. I mean, he could have better traits, but other than the fact that he's deceitful, he could be worse. So I think in this case, in the interests of In the interest of improving my revenues, I'm going to appoint the bishop as my designated regent. Now, I can also assign people in roles such as Master of the Horse, Master of the Hunt, so on and so forth. These are all titles. These all carry positions of respect. I think I wind up paying for them. But at the moment, I want to use these titles to keep people in line. I want to be able to dangle that prestige in front of people. So I'm not going to assign these quite yet. This is my council. These are the people who I'm going to need to sort of strong arm in order to be able to do what I want. But I don't have anything I want to do yet. So, but let's take a look at my council in terms of how they manage things. So in this case here, they've added a really great thing in this game, where basically you once upon a time you used to want to use one of these three options because the counselors would just sit idle and do nothing. Now they actually have a default position. So if I leave my chancellor alone, they are going to sort of improve relations with vassals and neighbors and so on and so forth. It's just sort of a holding pattern in terms of getting along with people. Now, if I want, I can actually send my chancellor off to specifically make someone like me. So the question is, do I want to just have a general goodwill mission, or do I want to have sort of a more personal touch? Do I want to suck up to the king, for instance? You can fabricate claims. This is a really important one because you can't just go and declare war on somebody without provocation. The reason I'm not going to use this one right now is because it's going to take me a while to get an army ready to go. We'll talk a little bit about how we can learn where our best targets are in a moment. You can also sow dissent. So this is sort of the opposite of building diplomatic relations. If you want to sort of sour a relationship, this is sort of saying, it's like, oh man, did you hear what Kite said about you, Johnny? I would never forgive him myself. That sort of thing. Similarly, organize the army. Basically, just a basic, standard. We're leaving things alone. I kind of like trained troops because it gives a bonus to the number of available troops. But in this case, well, you know what? You can never have too much training. In this case, I am going to send the bishop to train troops in Verona. I can get a 10% local tax modifier, or I can improve... This guy is a terrible steward. So, he is powerful in my realm, but I actually want my steward to be competent. So I just kicked out a powerful person who will resent me for that. But the question is whether or not they have enough strength to be able to cause me problems. Another argument that you might make, so you can see the sort of the numbers that people have. So my chancellor isn't very good. If I want, I could take Addo and replace him. This will definitely turn the guy negative towards me. But you know what? I can live with that. I think he'll pay less in terms of taxes or something like that, but we're gonna shake things up a bit. All right, so I can scheme, or I can try and do terrible things. We haven't really figured out where we want to go. So in this case, I'll use this as a defensive measure. And we can hunt apostates, we can proselytize, we can research cultural texts, we can improve religious relations. If you have your court chaplain, lead a religious delegation to discuss matters of faith with the local clergy, especially useful towards the official head of a religion. All right, so I can use that. You know what? I'm going to use that to make sure that the tithe money keeps flowing my direction. Although the monthly piety would have been pretty good. I'll maybe reconsider that placement later. So, apparently my spy master's mad at me now. Why doesn't he like me? Brave versus Craven. Okay, no reason. But I should be able to Get him to plot to kill himself. No, I think we'll hold with that for now. I don't think there's a better replacement. Yeah, I'm not replacing my Spy Master with a 0, but I do want to keep an eye on. Oh, hang on. Somebody on my council is mad at me. Huh. I must be seeing things. Hey, Rouge Light Girl. Good to see you again. Oh, it's my liege's count. Okay, my liege's... the Spy Master of the Realm is mad at me. Or he's mad at the king. No, he's mad at me. Well, I'll just have to live with that. Okay, so we've sort of dealt with all of the alerts. The ruler unmarried one will go away, but we still haven't figured out roughly what our thrust is going to be. Normally, I wind up picking the council on the basis of some general things I'm going to try to do. I want to expand my realm if I can, so that's why I'm training some troops. I want to keep on good relations with everyone, which is why I'm performing statecraft. I want to maximize my money, so we're collecting taxes. That's also why I switched out the steward. I'm potentially the target of plot, so we're going to stay in the capital and scheme. And I wanted to maximize my revenues by getting along with the bishopric. So where are you? So they like me 47 because I made them a regent, or so it's a bonus 10. I think they still wind up giving the money to the Pope. Hopefully that changes. Yeah, so the mayor of Vincera is pretty unhappy with me. So is the Baron. So you know what? Let's find somebody more. Let's find somebody more pliable. So let's start by murdering the mayor who I kicked out and hates me. Count Adermo has decided it is time for Mayor Sigbold to depart this world. Count Adermo and his backers will look for opportunities to kill Mayor Sigbold. The higher the plot power, the more likely they are to find openings. So we will automatically invite people to do this dark deed. Okay, I think I'm ready to unpause. Oh, actually, there's one other thing that I will do, and that's to do a quick survey of my neighbors. So if I want to see how the world is divided in terms of duchies, this is the Duchy of Friuli, and it sometimes makes sense. Eventually what I want to do is I want to go from a count to a duke, and so it would make sense for me to sort of take territory in the same duchy if I can. You can personally hold 2. Another thing that would actually be kind of nice is if I maybe take this one and this one, because they're largely protected by mountains, except for one little pass here. But generally, if I have to worry about somebody coming from the north, I can sort of put everything in Lombardy. Of course, you know, the owner might have something to say about that. So, we know I've got about 200-something troops. If I wanted, I can also go to the military menu and see exactly what I have. 67 from vassals, 168 from my own personal forces. So what do my neighbors have? Well, Treviso, 347. Trent has got 451. Brescia, I mean, I don't actually want these because they're not in the realm. They have 350. 280. I'd have to go to across a river, but these guys are about even strength to me. And Padua with 211. So I technically win by a small advantage here, but I definitely want to make sure that my forces are stronger before I even consider taking that. Because it's not just that I need to. It's not just that I need to consider clobbering the. You know, the owner of this. I need to be able to siege the castle, and the castle has got a garrison of 260 people. So essentially I need all hands on deck in order to be able to take that, which is of course why I'm training my my troops. For the rest of this, I mean, the laws are interesting and important, but I don't have, like, I haven't been reigning for 10 years, so I can't change these laws. Revoke title, I mean, the ruler is legally allowed to seize hereditary titles, but I have no idea if that would pass. Can definitely make people spend, like, give me more money rather than more troops, but if anything, I kind of want the opposite right now. And it looks like my council actually doesn't have any power, so I'm pretty okay with that. You know what? In that case, the Lords of Verona have approved the institution of the title revocation allowed law. So what I'm doing here is I'm centralizing power for myself. And without further ado, oh my god. All right. Ekaterine and Count Adermo are getting married. We can collect a royal aid duty to pay for the ceremonies. In this case, I do want to put more gold in the treasury. So yes, it is everyone's concerned. Of course, you can see why my prestige is so low. It's like, he only married the daughter of a doge because he couldn't afford it. To the heroic Count Adermo, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I accept your suggestion that Count Adermo and Ekaterine get married. And Duke Alberto of Tuscany has founded the increased council power in Lombardy faction. So basically, because I've started to annoy people, they... Oh no, this is for the realm as a whole. So this is the kingdom. So this guy is annoyed. He really doesn't like the king. So he's decided, okay, I want the council to have more power, and he's going to try and push towards these aims. And he might wind up trying to recruit me into it, but he doesn't like me that much, so it's unlikely. Distoretus Aisling is transferred. Oh my god, the game is making so many decisions, so I'll skip all of these for now. One of your scouts report of a pilgrim who arrived in Verona. The pilgrim, known as Adamar, has been on a pious quest to visit all Catholic holy sites and is now ending his journey here. During his travels, he has accumulated a vast knowledge regarding medicine and is seeking to put his skills to use. So I can pay 10 wealth, and I will gain a court physician. Why not? He's very... I will recruit the pilgrim. The Lords of Fruli have approved the institution of the title revocation allowed law. Well, I don't think they had an option, so... my court physician's already been assigned, so that's good news. And part of this is just going to be a matter of waiting. You know, we might want... This is a fairly weak ruler, although I'm sort of in the... Oh, hang on. The Duke... So I do have a Duke. I did not appreciate that there's someone directly over me. Your court chaplain, Petrus, has been discovered charging money for various religious favors, putting the gold in his own pocket. I can say intolerable, lose 50 prestige and piety, and he is removed as court chaplain. Or we can say disappointing but understandable. Alright, well, let's see how important he is to me. You're out. Oh, and apparently I can imprison him, so... So after traveling across the world, you know, visiting the holy sites, he originally came as a physician, but now he is now he's been assigned as a court chaplain. Now, because Petrus was caught doing these nasty deeds, I can try and imprison him. There's an 82% chance of success. If we fail, he might declare war on us and or flee to another court. In this case, we will not tolerate these kinds of... He's also an imbecile, so we will not tolerate these kinds of actions. Petrus managed to avoid my guardsmen and fled the court to Count Uranok. So something tells me I shouldn't have to worry about him coming to get me. Now, what I am particularly interested in is whether or not my vassals are paying up. So looks like Tasso has only grown in the opinion, has only improved his opinion of the Pope, which means that I'm going to have my work cut out for me. To the glorious Count Adermo, peace be with you. I would like to give you a seat on my council, and therefore offer you the title of Marshal. Well, I am not going to say he picked well, but I will accept it because it is a position of honor. During a particularly heated argument in the council, you stepped in as Count Ursus of Padua was making a fool of himself. You managed to soothe the debates and win the argument for him, though this only infuriated him as he wanted to win the argument by his own means. Throwing a tantrum like this has publicly shamed Ursus. Ingratitude is the world's reward. So in this case, I gained 50 prestige, which will help me out, and Ursus loses 150 prestige. And then we're going to assume that they... Nope, they still think well of me. They will probably think less well of me as I send troops to take their lands, but we're nowhere near that yet, so... Incidentally, if you guys are curious about anything in the game, do feel free to speak up. I'll do my best to explain what's going on, but right now we're sort of waiting. We're going to be accumulating the prestige and the wealth as we go by. I do think Padua is probably our best bet in terms of expanding. Now, one other way that I might want to make that decision is by looking at the economy. So let's say I want to gain more territories within this duchy. So I'm going to limit myself to these 3. The one that makes the most, so tax income of 36.3, 36.3, or 29.7. So Treviso or Padua are worth the same. One of them has an army of 380 individuals, whereas the other has an army of now 263. So clearly, I have no intention of starting any business there yet. Stonehenge 92, thank you very much for the follow. I can also, I can make the game sort of run a bit faster. The non-aggression pact between Arceus Gaussian and Desideratus Aisling has been dissolved, so they no longer have any marriage ties. Fair enough. Let's take a quick look and see if there's anything else that family gives me. Not really. I'm too busy marshalling to you know, get the sun business done. But yeah, so I always run into this little dilemma in terms of it makes a lot of sense to go very fast at the beginning of the game, but it doesn't always pay off, because like one of the things is I don't want it to be. It's almost like when you learn driving and like you hammer the gas and then you put the brakes on, then you hammer the gas and you put the brakes. That's the one thing I don't want to have happen. Alright, so looks like the faction in my own province is no longer there. What's the DLC that added the law options? You're always keen on controlling your subjects. Oh, that's a great question, Stonehenge. So you'll have to forgive me because I've gotten quite used to having all the DLC added. I believe this may be a Conclave edition, so council laws. But let me take a quick second while we're running through the game. If an alert comes up, I'm gonna have to abandon my search. But I bet the CK2 wiki will tell me exactly what. Alright, so let's see what's going on here. My liege's council is discontent. Your liege's council has been discontent for 1 month, and will be until the 3rd of May, 1772. This means that if councillors were prohibited by law from forming and joining factions, they may now do so. This could potentially destabilize the realm. Well, I'm a small fish, so... you'd Google, but you wouldn't know what to search. Okay, well, Stonehenge, I'm going to give you a great resource for all things Crusader Kings 2. That link that I just put in there is the Paradox wiki that's maintained. Let's see what it says. New council mechanics, making more than simply a privy council. The council has the power to vote on changes to realm laws, declaration of wars, etc., but this power depends on council laws, which can limit councillors' power and influence. So I think that's exactly what you were looking for. So the specific reference that I have for this. Now, some people didn't like Conclave. I rather liked the changes that they put in. But yeah, this is the one which gives you a little bit more control or less control. The important thing to remember is that your vassals might take the power away from you. So it's a division. That seesaw goes both ways. Okay, so the Lords of Fruli have approved the institution of levy-shifted noble obligation laws. So that affects me. I'm curious if that means that I will have fewer troops. And it looks like for some reason Duke Ursus has a large number of troops. And it looks like there is... Oh, Pope's... Okay, so here's what I'm talking about when... here's what I'm talking about. By the way, sorry about all the beeps, guys. So I live in Ottawa, which is right on the border to of the province of Quebec. So in the case of Quebec, they're having an election right now, so they just announced the winner. It's kind of the same as like a state election. I do occasionally want to be informed by them, but that's probably why you're hearing the phone in the background. Okay, so Pope Stephanos says excommunicating Desideratus of Lombardy at the behest of Pope Steph. Okay, so the Pope, basically the king was annoyed. Let's see here. So if I say lift excommunication, yeah, the Pope doesn't like me nearly enough. Okay, so it looks like Ferrara is, as a result of the excommunication, is trying to overthrow the king. I don't think Ferrara has nearly enough people to be able to take on the king. So this will be exciting. Yeah, and I'll leave the rest. If there's a way for me to claim Ferrara, I would do so, but sadly I cannot. During a particularly heated argument in the council, you stepped in as Count Ferograd of Istra was making a fool of himself. You managed to soothe the debaters and win the argument for him. This turned out to be a great move on your part, as he now feels indebted to you. So I gain 150 prestige and a favor. Now, favors are what you can use to try and... Oh, hang on. Okay, so this guy wound up becoming the Duke somehow. Ah, so his heir owes me a favor. Interesting. So if I had a kid, I would try and marry. I'd try and create some blood relation here, but sadly it will not happen. So if I want, I can call in the council support, but there's nothing that I really want to do on the council, like on my liege's council right now. So if I wanted to see, so let's say empower the council or something like that. A councillor is allowed to initiate voting for this type of law by spending a favor on their liege, which I don't have, so... all this favors and council stuff is new to me. You only just got that DLC. Okay, this is wild. Yeah, so obviously, guys, I've been playing this game with the DLC a lot. So we've been playing two totally different games of Crusader Kings. And that fascinates me. And good news, fate smiles on me. I've boned my wife. Gained 5 prestige for my coxmanship. All right, while I'm at it, speaking of coxmanship, let's talk about 2 streamers with cocks like cavers. Johnny Big Time. Johnny was playing Battlefield 2, and he really wants to like that game, and he really has a very hard time of it, because he is unfortunately affected by a bug in the matchmaking, which always partners him with the least desirable conditions of the for matchmaking. Thanks, Kite. So he definitely was struggling with it, and then he switched to Titanfall 2 and had the absolute time of his life, it looked like. I mean, he just got off of Spider-Man, which was a ton of fun to watch him play. Again, Johnny is one of these great people where it doesn't really matter what he's playing. He just seems to be having a ridiculous amount of fun. I want to love games as much as Johnny obviously does. And he communicates at every single stream. He does such a good job of communicating why a game is fun and why it's worth playing. I really encourage you guys to check him out if you haven't. I'm pretty sure... So he's going to be doing some scary games. I think The Evil Within 2 is up for first in his list. I'll probably do some Dying Light, which I've had a lot of fun playing with him in the past. But just a really great guy, really supportive of my own stream, which of course matters deeply to me. But somebody I'm really glad that I've gotten a chance to meet on Twitch. There are a lot of people that I have met and I mean ultimately come to regret ever knowing them. Twitch is really weird in this way that it sometimes just feels like high school all over again, where you know, you have to be on so-and-so's side or the gossiping that's going on and stuff like that. And it's something that can really take a lot out of me, especially when, you know, if it's somebody I know kind of personally, it becomes really grim. But Johnny really skates above all of that. He does a wonderful job of engaging people, keeping it focused on the games, keeping it... just, you know, someone who I think does a great job of communicating positivity, communicating why a game is good and worth playing. And he's just a born entertainer. Like, he really knows how to, you know, how to keep you entertained. He's got one-liners for days. So just a really great guy who I really want to encourage you to watch and check out. To the great scholar Adermo, peace be with you. We would like you to back our plot to fabricate a claim on the Duchy of Fruly. There's no benefit to me betraying my liege for some outside force, so in this case I will decline. Moving right along, we have got Kite 260. So Kite is another great example, and you'll notice it's a pretty common theme that I talk about in terms of attitudes and character. And I can specifically say it's, you know, when I'm talking a little bit about the attitudes that people have on Twitch and the idea of it sort of feeling kind of like high school and things like that. Again, Kite is one of these people who I can actually say I have very direct experience of. It does not necessarily matter who's in the doghouse or who is doing well or who's popular or that. He is very steadfast, and I think that's an incredibly admirable trait of him. And one thing that's really nice is it actually provides something that you guys will very likely find worthwhile in terms of streaming. Because Kite is, I think, one of the most personable streamers I know in terms of being able to do co-op streams and to have chat involvement. I really think that he has got a special ability to be able to stream with anyone, including people who I've sometimes had some difficulty myself streaming with. Not that I dislike them, but just I sort of had difficulty sort of finding the fun or finding the interactions with them. And obviously I've never told him who those people are. But he made it seem so effortless that I really felt like I screwed up somehow. And it's just a difference. But Kite really just communicates this deep appreciation and respect for people, and is somebody who, in my view at least, is... Oh, here's one thing I forgot to do. Set the crown focus. Oh, I can't because I don't have more than one. Yeah, I'm not a duke. Well, that's fine. But yeah, Kite is really a stand-up individual. He's somebody who I can recommend both as an entertainer and as an individual of really, really nice character. He's somebody who I feel quite lucky to have known. And like I said, it's one of these things, I get to talk about Johnny and his personality, and I get to talk about Kite and his character, partly because I've sort of gotten to know them off of broadcast, but also just on their streams. You would not be surprised to find out what they're like in person. Although unfortunately it doesn't always turn out that way. Sometimes the people you see on a stream wind up being quite different in person. And that's fine, because this is an entertainment medium. There's no obligation for people to be the same way that they are on broadcast as they are in person. But I'm very happy to report that Kite and Johnny are as nice and as fun and as thoughtful as they appear on stream. And they're two people I kind of hope... I don't really go to a lot of cons and things like that, but I do really hope one day I get a chance to meet them and just, you know, shake their hand and buy them a beer or something like that. Kate strikes me as the kind of guy who doesn't drink, so maybe I'll buy him like an orange juice or something like that. And I'll have like a whiskey, and then I'll confess my deepest, darkest secrets to him, and I'll find out that he betrays me. Anyways, what you should get out of all that are two wonderful people who it will cost you nothing to follow, but I would definitely, I think your follow list would be enhanced by checking them out, so. Being on your liege's council is not always easy. You have a huge amount of work that needs attention, and there is much to do. The list seems endless. Just as you are about to give up, Count Rorgod steps through the door and asks if you want any help. As tempting as it may be, you would be in his debt for it. So I can say, I suppose I could use some help, and I would owe him a favor. You know what? I will say yes, because we mutually owe each other favors. And apparently I can't cancel out the favor that I owe him. Fair enough. Orange juice is great. I don't have any particular prohibition against drinking, but I am trying to do less of it. Partially health, partially just, I'm kind of annoyed by the fact that when I go out to a place, my choices are like water or a beer, or wine or whatever. Like, I'm not crazy about pop. I'll drink it, but like, I feel like that's, I'm not really doing myself any favors by going for that. So, I don't like getting a water because like normally I know the place that I'm at pretty well, and I don't want to be that guy who like always just like never gets anything. But I really do like getting orange juice. So you have a new heir. If your character dies, you will now play as Sunhilda Admini. All right. Well, unfortunately, I got a daughter. So. And in the meantime, I can boost my fort level, or I'm going to build castle walls, so this will increase my levy size, my tax income, and my fort level, and that's on my personal holdings. So I more or less emptied the treasury, but obviously I'm improving my personal holdings in order to achieve more. Rouge Light Girl said, you stopped having regular booze over the last couple of years, and you've definitely been a lot healthier. I don't catch colds half as much. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I'm a social drinker at the best of times anyway. But actually, so here's a neat fact for you. Did you know that it was basically healthier for people to be drinking beer most of the time? There's actually a really famous propaganda sort of etching called like Beer Street and Gin Alley, and it was like explaining how like gin is just the worst thing in the world and beer is like really good. Now, alcohol's never good for you. I think alcohol's actually, we're like at the stage with alcohol where we were with smoking back in like the Mad Men times, where like I think most of the credible science suggests that it is a source of some really nasty stuff, but because we've become very accustomed to drinking, it's part of the culture, it's kind of hard to give that up. So, yeah, it's, so the only reason why it was healthier to get beer back then is not that the alcohol content was good, but it was one way you could be sure that what you had was sort of, sanitary. And that's one of the reasons why beer is always such a big thing in like fantasy and Middle Ages sort of stuff. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Alcohol can kill. I'm sorry, I don't mean to turn this into like a highly moralizing sort of a story or something like that, but it's kind of neat to just sort of see how over time some of these things change. And in this case, we can rely on clean drinking water. So now there's no reason to be drinking beer. Because it's sort of the healthiest option available. But of course, we've still retained that because obviously it has such a big influence in our culture. That's why I'm a social drinker. Like, I don't feel very strongly about somebody, you know, about having a drink with friends. So. As I woke up this morning, my hands and feet were bleeding, and there's a sharp pain in my side. What is happening to me, though? I could say, it is the stigmata. I am blessed by God, which will gain me the zealous trait, monthly piety, martial, church opinion, but other faiths and opposite traits will not like me. Or I can say, this is disturbing. I had better go see a healer. Well, you know what? I think it's time we embrace the true faith. So I've got plenty of stigmata. All right. I'm trying to think of some other ways that we can get Tasso on my side, because I do want those ducats. There's actually a few things that... So it looks like I need Tasso for a few things on here. Well, here's a thing I can do. So if I want Tasso to like me even more, let's assign him a special title. I mean, he already has one, but... So he's level 14, so let's make him... the court tutor. Well, that, or I can make him the High Almoner. Well, make him High Almoner. We will assign my chaplain as the court tutor. Right, my dear Count, if you think I let a vassal of mine support factions conspiring against me without taking action, you are sorely mistaken. If you value your wretched life, you will swear not to form any such factions. I didn't know I was a member of one. So, oh my, I swear it, because I'm craven, or there is no shame in backing down over this. So, yes, we will back down because we have to. But I didn't think I was a member of a faction, to be honest. So again, just to keep things in perspective, we're slowly building our forces. Now we've got 355, but the challenge is that where originally we wanted to take Padua, the Count of Padua became the Duke. That complicates things. So I can try Mantua, but of course my strength is not quite what it needs to be. But the same argument would also be made for Treviso. So I think what's most likely going to happen here is I'm probably going to need to build up some wealth, and I will hire a mercenary army if I want to go after my liege. But right now what I'm doing here is I'm just sort of focusing on my own individual holdings. I want to, you know, there's some things that I want to secure, because this is less about the individual story of Count Ademaro. This is less about his it's less about his individual wants, and it's more about sort of establishing that dynasty. So if not a lot really happens, you know, the one thing that will be, damn it, looks like he's back to liking the Pope. King Desideratus of Lombardy has created the title, the Duchy of Lombardy. All right, so there we go. So if the only thing that this guy winds up doing in his life is building some walls around the castle, that's fine, because he's increased the revenues. And after increasing the revenues, that just means that we'll be able to do more. Let's take a quick peek and see what it would cost me in terms of hiring mercenaries. So lots of 450, not quite in my price range. So 150 from the Bulgarian band is the best that I can get. It's pretty expensive to just try and take a county from my duke, but so let's pretend for a minute here that I wanted to claim the Duchy of Friuli. I could request a claim, but it would be denied. take a look at claimants. So Ferdolf has one. One of the things, so if I take a look at the line of succession, there's now an heir. So what I would need to do is I need to sort of murder this kid. Hello, is it Issimans? I'd need to murder this kid, and then the next guy would be in line. There's a few different ways that I can try and make the move towards the dukedom, but there's some. I don't necessarily need to do that. I can just simply move and take another county if it comes down to it. I don't need to have this vaunting ambition. If I were to declare war, I would only do so on independence. There's no reason for me to do that, because then anybody else could try and gobble me up. Let's see here. So if I wanted to try and claim this county, it's the Pope has to give me the claim. Recognizing virtues and talents that others possess is truly a virtue. I am truly blessed by having a spy master who is brilliant in rooting out plots. I can reward him, or I can say thank the Blessed Virgin for the spy master. What does he think of me? I'll say thank the Blessed Virgin. I've been spending more time with my wife, Ekaterine, lately, and though, of course, we did not marry for love, I can tell it is growing between us. Ah, marital bliss. If only she would give me a male heir. So it looks like Stephanus is making a real effort to try and try and win over that bishop. And he's 34, so he's going to be in there for a while unless I assassinate him. So again, we'll just let this chug along. King Desideratus of Lombardy decided to release... one thing I think I might do just to try and help out here. I'm going to get my Chancellor... I'm going to worry less about statecraft. I'm actually going to perform specific diplomatic actions. I'm going to focus the attention only on my individual area. Now there's a cost to this because all my neighbors are no longer getting the benefits. But I think in this case I'm going to try and shore up my relations with the people who I may not have the sort of advantage with. And the real question here is I can keep my spy master scheming in a defensive sense, or I can use him to try and back this effort to kill the mayor. Now, the fact of the matter is, I don't think this is going to be going anywhere unless I get some co-conspirators in. So I'm going to say that the Chancellor is kind of pressing the flesh to try and make things work a bit better. As far as, how do I put it? More people who might be inclined. One of the other things I could potentially do is take this court chaplain and get them to improve religious relations, but I do prefer the idea of getting some monthly piety for hunting apostates. I'm not entirely sure it's worth it to, I have a feeling that the Pope's always going to be winning this competition, so I'm just going to accept that I'm behind the curve. And in the meantime, I will occupy my time with my wife and hopefully get another kid. And this is a pretty common start for a start like this. So this is one of the reasons why you'll remember at the beginning how I was talking about how a lot of people will recommend something like a count in Ireland or something like that. When you start off small like this, there are not a lot of options. I can obviously sort of improve things for myself by speeding up a bit more. I'm just trying not to get into that habit. I'm also trying not to pause as often. I'll slow the game down, but I won't. I'm trying not to do the training driving move of like stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. We'll see whether or not my my efforts pay off. But one of the things, I tend to find that with dukes, just because you have people below you as well as above you, you tend to have a little bit more to do. You also have a bit more power. So if you're wanting for something a little bit faster moving at the beginning of the game, but still manageable in terms of getting to learn it, I would definitely say a duke is maybe a bit better of a start. But I always like starting from the bottom and moving my way up. I think it'd be fun to try and become the King of Lombardy. My liege, during my mission to Verona, my mission to Verona so far has been a success. During my visit to the court of Bishop Tasso of San Martino, I seem to have managed to make him understand what a benevolent and peaceful ruler you really are, and he sends his regards. Izimins, thank you very much for that follow. Yeah, Rouge Light Girl, I'm inclined to it. I mean, I'll admit, I really like playing Republics, but I didn't think that would be a good stream one, at least for now. So for 4 years, we got a 20% opinion modifier. Let's see if that tax money winds up in my pocket. Ha ha! Take that, Pope. I've been spending more time with my wife, Catherine, lately, and though of course we did not marry for love, I can tell it is growing between us. Alright, I have learned to take pride in my actions and in my great family. I have lost the humble trait. Well, that's unfortunate, so that's going to be affecting a couple of some of my other stats, but we'll live with it. I do have the choice of abandoning family life, but at the moment I'm gonna stick with what I've got here. Because I really do want to get that heir. She's only 21. We can still get a baby. Vikings are your go-to for an easy game. Vikings are also pretty fun. The Old Gods was one of my first expansions, and also one of the not in terms of like when I started playing. I started playing around Charlemagne, but it was one of the first that I bought. My liege, I have tried to make Bishop Tasso of San Martino realize what a benevolent and peaceful ruler you really are, but sinister forces at his court have been hard at work to discredit my every move and distort my every word. I'm afraid that in the end, the visit seems to have done more harm than good. Well, goodbye to the tax money. Should have quit while I was ahead. As far as improvements are concerned, alright, so the king has declared holy war. I'm not going to participate because there's no benefit to me, but I believe I think he can call on my levy. I'm not quite sure how the levies work. It might just be that they're already sectioned off. But I'm going to hold off on that. What else was I going to say? Yeah, so upgrades in Verona. My liege, King Desideratus, has issued a decree calling for the expulsion of all unlanded Jews from the entire realm, citing various grievances committed by them against the crown. I see. I see the king's really getting uppity. Peasants from the local countryside have sent a representative to petition for your support for one of their traditional carnivals. We can afford it, 25 gold, or they're just peasants. So Verona gets peasant traditions scorned, and I lose the trait just. Yeah, we'll say. I don't want to lose the just trait. That's a pretty nice one. Oh, hang on. I didn't have the just trait, damn it. Oh well, the money went down a hole. Alright. Duchies being made all over the place. I would like a piece of the action, but again, I'm focused. My ambition at the moment is on getting an heir, so we're going to focus on that. Now, this is a helpful menu to take a look at. So we've got all of these upgrades that we can do, and the sort of the castle indicates that it's a technological constraint that I have. So in this case, I don't have either technology or a specific trait to kind of keep me like it basically I may not be able to afford it. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. This isn't right. This is the technological one. So in this case, I need to have improved keeps too. This one, is it that I don't have culture or I don't have the required building? It's because I don't have the required building. Sorry, my bad. So, I built the castle walls, levy reinforcements. Since I came to Aquileria, we have never had a shortage of soldiers reinforcing our troops. Ah, yes, that's right. I'm a commander, so I know that fame and fortune awaits. This is one thing I kind of wish that Crusader Kings was a little bit better at, is informing you where you are. Also, why am I high? Oh, I'm High Almoner of Fruli. So apparently I'm leading one of these armies, but I can't actually see which army I'm leading. I just will die in combat one day, apparently. Although that's a pretty good strategy if you want to get rid of a count who you don't like. I suppose you put them on the front lines. So anyways, I built the castle walls because they give me a bonus to levy size, which I'll be using to conquer people. It'll give me a bonus to tax income, which will give me more resources with which I can build some of these other upgrades. So what about some of the other things that I can build? Well, Castle Town would be great. It's a bonus 2 to tax income, so that's 10 times as much as what I was getting from the castle walls. And in one sense, it's also a little bit more cost effective, right? If you consider the individual cost, it costs I get 10 times as much revenue, but it doesn't cost 10 times as much to build. All that I'm really giving up is sort of foregone revenues from the castle walls. But I am really only generating about 129 a month. So I decided to go for the first thing that I could pick up, again, because of the levy bonus as well. Now, castle fortifications are a little bit harder to justify because they really just give me a bonus to fort level, and I don't think fort level gives you any bonuses other than for resisting an invasion. Fate smiles upon me, and I have boned my wife. So we should be able to figure that out here. Not a problem, Kite260. I'm glad you liked it. I know it's a slow start at the beginning, but you are definitely one of the people who I had in mind when I was coming back to Crusader Kings 2. And by the way, guys, this is going to be the new game for the foreseeable for Mondays. I know there's going to be a new DLC coming out. I don't know when it'll be coming out, but I think we'll definitely dedicate some good time towards Crusader Kings 2. Let me just take a quick second on the Crusader Kings 2 wiki. Just want to see what fort level does. So, this is a great example. There's that link again. If you don't know something, so there's a benefit to doing the tutorial and watching people play the game and just running around and making kite. Thank you very much for the 5 months, Kite. I was really surprised when you first hit that button, but it is really something else to see you coming in so regularly, especially because I know you don't get to watch this as often. So I hope you're getting the value out of that sub. I appreciate it a lot. And I hope you have a really good night. I hope I get a chance to see your own cast. Do feel free, by the way. I know I talked about your character, but if you want, feel free to let people in chat know what you'll be streaming next. But that's, again, you're very generous. You are a great guy. And thank you again. I really don't know what to say with the, with the attention that you've been giving me. But yeah, that wiki, moving right along, So the way you kind of wind up learning this game is you go in and you make mistakes or you make certain decisions. I strongly recommend, so I like playing on Iron Man mode because I kind of know how the game works now. I don't recommend it at the start because one of the best things to do is say, okay, so I've made some decisions. I think this is what the outcome is going to be. And if things just go completely bonkers, you can always reload and say, what the hell just happened? What if I do it this way or that way? Or basically just try and figure out what the heck is going on. So, Once you get comfortable, though, once you have an idea of what all the different menus can do, what you wind up are situations like this, which is, okay, I'm trying to think of how to spend my savings or whether or not it's worth spending savings. And I'm not 100% sure on what fort level does, so I'm just going to go to the wiki and find that out. I actually think you can also direct the access the wiki directly within the game, but I know whenever I play it, Ledger's not it. Yeah. Whenever I do it in Stellaris, it always winds up messing with me. Okay, castles are holdings held primarily by feudal lords. They pay lower taxes. I guess I can put this up on the monitor. They pay lower taxes than cities and temples, but provide better levies both in quality and quantity. Castles are the county seat for most counties. As such, their higher fort level as compared to temples and cities helps the county to better withstand sieges and raids. So this is one of the tricks. It doesn't seem that it doesn't seem like fort level gets its own wiki entry. So let's take a quick second on siege. Fortification level generally highest for castles, which start at 3 regardless of the buildings, while cities have 1 and temples 1.5, tribal holdings 0.5, and are increased by buildings such as walls and fortifications. So it's not exactly a slam dunk argument, but that's enough leading information that I shouldn't really need to worry about that about that improvement unless I really have a hole, a money burning hole in my pocket. So my liege King Edelcase has decided to rescind the decree calling for the expulsion of all Jews. They are now once more permitted to live and work within the borders of the realm. Being on your liege's council is not always easy. You have a huge amount of work that needs attention, and there is much to do. The list seems endless. Just as you are about to give up, Count Engelbert steps through the door and asks if you want any help. As tempting as it may be, you would be in his debt for it. Yeah, so in this case, I will say I suppose I can use some help because I don't like the idea of being stressed at this. Stress is a killer. And I really don't want to lose... this character yet. Okay. Pope Stephanus III has died and has been succeeded by Pope Lucius II. Alright, that may be an opportunity. Oh, they like me a lot. Alright. So some of those sweet ducats are going to be coming into my treasury now. That's great news. I may consider... You know what? I'm going to go back to statecraft here. My liege, my mission to Verona has so far been a success. During my visit to the court of Baron Theodold of Montecchio? I seem to have managed to make him understand what a benevolent and peaceful ruler you really are, and he sends his regards. Perfect. He's still mad at me because he's powerful and not on the council, but he kind of sucks. Oh, apparently I get his holdings. Very interesting. So I'm going to change the plot. It seems that Count Engelbert of Treviso, the spymaster of Duke Ursus of Friuli, has been sent to Aquileia to investigate rumors of a plot. Maybe he should be silenced before he finds out about my plot to kill Mayor Siegbold of Venetia. Better not risk it. That was the guy who I owed the favor to, but I don't think that's worth it. Alright, so a lot more people want to see this guy die. The reason I'm doing this is because if I kill this Baron, I inherit his territory. So if I can kill him before he gets a kid, that's great. I mean, I could also off his wife, but... God damn it, woman! A daughter was born to Count Dermo of Verona and Countess Ekaterina of Verona, named Cunigunda. So, I mean, the good news is I'll be able to marry off all my daughters and try and advance my interests that way, but I really need a son. Hey, the exception. How are you doing? Right, I was talking about my improvements before. So, can't do castle walls level 2 because I don't have the technology. Stables will give me light cavalry. A castle town will give me tax income. Castle fortifications, I've said I can't justify because I don't expect to be under siege. Like, I've got bigger problems if I'm under siege. A keep will help the levy size and the garrison size. Now, the drawback is it's also one of the most expensive things that I can buy, so this seems to be a pretty large cost in order to be able to get some extra units. Militia training ground, so that'll again give me some bonus units. That might be more desirable than the keep at the moment. Training grounds, this is the most expensive, I believe. Bonus to morale of armies, which is not nothing, but I just don't have that big of an army to support at the moment. Barracks, similar story. I've got some some extra units, and then finally the Germanic infantry barracks. And in this case, the reason I can't build is because I don't have Castle Walls 2, and I don't have Castle Walls 2 because I don't have the technology. So the path that I see moving forward is to build the castle town because it's really the only way I'm going to see some more money coming in here. Now, what are some of the other things that I might spend that money on? Well, one thing would be a hospital for 96 wealth. Peasants from the local countryside have sent a representative to petition for our support from one of their traditional carnivals. Yep. Fate smiles on me. My wife Ekaterine is pregnant. Good news. So it does make some sense to build a hospital, especially if there is disease running around. Now, right now we're sort of lucky. Heraclios of the Tarentan Peasant Revolt has declared a peasant revolt for Taranto on my king. Grand Mayo Adermo of Genoa has created the title the Republic of Genoa. Cool. I will be sure to invade that if I ever get there. So, thinking about how I want to spend this money. So, maybe an argument for the hospital, but if we take a look at epidemics at the moment, we're pretty safe. The only thing we need to worry about is maybe camp fever in Sicily. Now, of course, you never know where the disease is going to come from, so that might be a problem that emerges later. But it seems to me that if we're on our way to being able to build such a structure, then I can always sort of make that emergency decision to build a hospital. I don't know how long it takes to... Oh, it takes a year, so I might want to do that, but I feel like I should at least get my income-producing resources down before I worry about any of these other other concerns. The other thing I might want to consider is, the defense of the realm, or alternatively, sort of an invasion force to try and take territory from neighbors. Well, it seems like there's a couple of less expensive mercenary bands right now because they're short on they're sort of short on manpower. But in this case, I'm going to want 150, basically to buy, not to maintain them. Well, again, if I take a look at the upgrade, the castle town's going to be 176.2. So right now, it seems to me that my goal should be to accumulate 200 wealth, and at that point, I'll decide what the best choice is in terms of how I'm going to spend that. So, daughter was born to Count Aderamo of Verona and Countess Ekaterina of Verona, named Edelgrima. Is it like Walder Frey in Game of Thrones? This is gonna be who I wind up with. All right, now this is a fun one. This, I believe, came into Way of Life. So this is potentially going to be my heir. And my child currently lacks a childhood focus. So my lord is sitting down and saying, okay, I'm going to train my daughter. And how should I train my daughter? Should I treat her in etiquette, tutored by counselors and courtiers, focusing on courteous behavior and etiquette, humility, piety, military stewardship? So I think the possibility that this person may wind up running the county. In this case, I will teach her duty. Sunhilda is tutored by guards and retainers at court, focusing on duty and diligence. A common trait outcome for this focus is conscientious. Now, it's not a guarantee, but we're going to have a bit of a say in the upbringing of the child. By the way, the music you're listening to, I believe, is called Full Plate Metal. I should double check the name of it, but I'm pretty happy with most of the music DLC. Oh, while we're waiting too, for those of you who like the Elder Scrolls stuff, just fair warning, we're gonna have another episode tomorrow, but my lust for treasure got the better of me. We wound up going for 2 relics, and it wound up being about 6 hours of recording. So, fair warning, if you like the Elder Scrolls entries, you are in for a treat tomorrow, but it is about twice as long as I normally do this stuff. So, you know, I hope you guys like it. I was debating on splitting it into 2 parts, but that seems like a lot of work. So instead, I'm sending it out there. I'm not going to be offended if you don't watch the whole thing. The VOD will be available both on Twitch and on YouTube. But, yeah. The church is a greedy thing who always needs more alms, but I have deep pockets and it's for a good cause. It's only 1.1 gold. Thinner wallet, but thicker soul. The peasants told the whole castle about a dragon they saw in the forest, and there are now eager young men keep nagging me about a true dragon hunt. So I can say some gold might shut them up. Fearsome dragon, thou doth not scare me. Dragons do not exist, right? And I will kill it and hang its head over the hearth. Fearsome dragon, thou doth not scare me. I need to get that marshal up anyway. Still don't have any hope of causing trouble for my neighbors. Told you there were dragons in this game, Johnny. So, maybe it's worth mentioning here, so in terms of characters who owe me a favor, if you're ever confused about how this works, again, always feel free to mouse over stuff, and 9 times out of 10 it's going to tell you. On that 1 out of 10, it's usually because you're not in a context-sensitive menu. So this is going to tell me a lot about the political organization of the map. This is going to tell me about the geography. You know, here are the cultures. Lombard culture is apparently sort of falling away, it looks like. Actually, no, this is exactly where it was before. What are the de jure duchies? Are there any defensive pacts? That's kind of like coalitions in EU4 if you've ever done it before. So similarly here, make someone vote like me on the council on law issues. Prevent or force realm peace from your liege. Oop. The Lombard-Venetian embargo war on Doge Encagilo of Venice. Again, it's my king's problem, not mine. Ask my liege to press one of my claims in a war. Start a law or vote for your liege. Force acceptance of arranged marriage, educate child, end plot, invite to court. Basically, it's just a convenient way of forcing people to do stuff. But it's most effective on my liege, which is why I haven't had a lot of uses for Hrodgard's the favor that he owes me. As a reigning count, I rarely have any spare time, but for my little daughter Sunilda, I would move heaven and earth. Family first. I still don't like my liege that much. He sort of likes me, though. I thought I could see the... I thought I could see the council. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about societies yet. Those are pretty fun, but I don't have... Yeah, so everybody hates... Basically, everything that my liege puts forward, people are going to vote against. So there's not really a lot that I can do about this right now. The rise of the Shia. The schism at the heart of Islam dates back to its earliest days. The majority Sunnis have long persecuted the followers of Ali, the Shias, forcing them into hiding. The partisans of Ali took his descendants for their leadership, but they are forced to keep their ancestry secret. Now, though, the Shias are mobilizing their strength behind a boy they claim to be Ali's rightful heir and imam. Other Islamic jurists claim that the boy is clearly a fraud, but to his followers he is the person that they have been waiting for, and now they flock to his banner. The fools fight among themselves. So he's currently in seclusion. My Chancellor Ado has improved relations with Baron Theudold of... Oh, well, that's a shame, because he's the guy I'm going to kill. Now, because we've got some people behind this plot, I'm actually going to assign my spy master to help build that spy network for a bit. I don't want them basically in a year I'll probably withdraw them, but I do want to claim the territory if I can. The peasants of the county are complaining about Steward Wicteri's arbitrariness. They feel that he doesn't really understand the concepts of rules and laws. They shouldn't be bothering me about it. Alright, so that's probably going to mean that there's a bit of unrest. But we're well... It's a very low chance, so I won't have to worry too much about it. Is there a better steward I can assign? Nope. I'm just going to take a quick peek to see... So I do have a better marshal. Actually, I have a couple better marshals, but again, this guy... I want to make sure I'm keeping the tax money flowing. I'm pretty sure he'd be mad if I booted him out, but I don't think he'd be mad enough to stop paying money to me. I can put my wife on the council. Fate smiles upon me, my wife Ekaterine is pregnant. I mean, I don't really need the extra votes on the cat. It's more the fact that she's got a higher intrigue. Count Fernaldo of Rialto was given a seat in the College of Cardinals. The Saxon conquest of Gelre has ended. King Karl of West Francia lost. It's not quite as impressive as he was in history. Heraclitus has been released from... Okay, not at all important for me. Okay, let's take a quick look. I'm not going to join the Benedictine Order. But let's see, and I'm not going to change my council composition yet, but let's take a look at some of the other societies. Yes, here we go. So then there's the Dominican. So let's find out who these were, because I can never remember the two. I think the Benedictines were first. So the Benedictine order is an old monastic community with Orda e Labora, meaning pray and labor as their motto. Often recognized by their black habits, they worship God and find purpose in prayer and quiet contemplation, as well as scholarly work. Then there's the Dominican order. The Dominican order are able to listen to the confessions of any Christian. Dressed in white and black, they lead the Holy Inquisition, charged with the mission to identify heretics. As a lay member of their order, you are expected not to pursue material wealth, but strive as a seeker of truth. Now, this does not sound like the type of person that I want to be. There's the Hermetic Society. Hermetics believe that there are deeply hidden secrets about this world that only the worthy can uncover. As a member of the Hermetics, you will seek truth in the stars and planets through diligent experimentation and by careful interpretation of ancient texts and symbols. Yet another Dari return. Kotani, welcome to the family. So, I am not able to join the Hermetic Society because I am not among the smarter people of my my council. And then there's Lucifer's Own. Those who serve the great adversary hide in our midst, dedicating their depravities and perfidies to their lord Satan. Every transgression is a hymn, every murder a roar of defiance against the word of God. Lucifer rewards such dark sacraments handsomely. Witches are said to be gifted with unnatural lifespans and all manner of demonic powers. Now, the problem here is that I don't have any sin, so I could not join Lucifer's Zone if I were so inclined. The societies are definitely fun, but I am not particularly. I'm not really in a rush to. To start the Satanism yet. We'll maybe do that later. Plus, I'm zealous, so Duke Ursus of Friuli used a favor on Count Paldo of Lombardy to force him to join all their factions. Okay, fair enough. Ado is no longer Chancellor. What happened to Ado? Oh, he died. A natural death at age 47. Alright. He served me well. So, this is a great chance for a bit of a reshuffle. So, the mayor who hates me is actually the best diplomat, so be it. Now, you might be surprised to see why he is so, why he's really gung-ho now. The main reason for his dislike is the fact that he is a powerful individual in the court who is not having that recognized by his position on the council. So if I take a look at this guy here, he's a powerful vassal, currently not on the council. His opinion of me is positive, but that's despite the fact that it's -40. So I would actually have a very loyal member if I put him on the council. The catch is that I don't really have a lot of stuff for him to do. One thing I might want to consider. So what does this guy have? Good learning. He's not as good as this court chaplain. So if I were to change him, I think that would be better suited to another job on the cast. So this is what prevents you from sort of... Okay, actually, here's what I'm going to do. So yeah, we'll do it. And he will be... I had something else in mind. He will be the new court chaplain. Alright. And you know what? He's skill 13, so even though I could get a slightly better marshal, this is just a better allocation of talent overall that doesn't make anybody mad at me for firing them. So during the last few days, my daughter Sunhilda has been acting strangely indeed. I have just been informed that her aggressive behavior and episodes of extreme anxiety have been caused by rabies. Call for the court physician at once. Alright. I don't have any better steward, unfortunately. And again, my wife is the better spy master, but I'm not going to... not quite going to throw her into harm's way yet. So let's get my better marshal training troops in Verona. After being skillfully treated by the court physician, Admar, my daughter Sunhilda is feeling much better. Perhaps he is deserving of some praise. I should compensate him for a job well done. Alright, my chaplain is idle, so we'll get him to start hunting apostates. I'm doing the apostates just because it gives me a piety bonus, which is, of course, my ultimate score. I can also use piety to perform certain actions. You know, the bishop's perfectly happy with me. It's very unlikely that Lucius is going to get him from my grip, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna tilt the balance. Now it is slightly tempting to do something like seniority. So here is a probably... I might be wrong on this. I don't think I am. But here is a view, if you will, on Gavelkind succession. Now, obviously, I have one possession right now, so I don't need to worry too much about any of this. Now, there's some advantages that you get from Gavelkind. you get a bonus to your demand size, for instance. So if you're somebody who likes acquiring a lot of territory, it's actually not terrible to... I know like you sometimes want to go for higher centralization and stuff like that, but Gavelkind actually helps you out in that regard. The question should not be... So a lot of people immediately go for like seniority or primogeniture. Primogeniture is basically what you usually think of when you think of kings. It's, you know, the oldest child gets everything. And it has this nice benefit because it gives you sort of these long, these nice long reigns where you get as much control as you can over certain decisions. But the big thing is Gavelkind is not nearly as bad as what everybody makes it out to be. Now the drawback is, of course, that there's multiple characters who do have the titles, so you're not able to blob out as easily. But if you plan accordingly, if you either put in place some ways where maybe you're able to achieve your war goals easily, or maybe you have a series of assassinations in mind, or maybe you just wind up conquering more territory. I mean, you got it before, so why not just keep it all in the family, right? Or alternatively, you build a structure where you can make sure that your family members are vassals under you. There's lots of different ways that you can handle that, and you don't get the penalties that come from things like seniority or primogeniture. Now, obviously, you should play the game the way that you want on your own, but one of the things that I always find kind of interesting myself is just to see, you know, when I sit down and say, oh, Gavelkind sucks because I spend so much time building up my territories and then it splits apart. You know, one of the things that's nice about having other people handling your territory is you're not the one who needs to go and build this kind of stuff. The AI will take care of it for you. So I guess the biggest thing that I can say is because there is a tendency, especially games like, let's say, you know, Civilization, where your Marshal Admar has initiated a massive recruitment drive in Verona. Good news. What's my military looking like? I mean, not enough to cause any trouble, but healthier. Well, this guy, everybody's becoming a duke but me. Doji Domenico the Chase has accepted King Edelkais of Lombardy's peace offer. I'm assuming we don't own it, but... yeah, I guess the biggest thing is that, so when you get used to playing games like Civilization and whatnot, if you sit down and say, okay, I need to have control over everything, you are going to... I can see quite easily how you would get frustrated. But the biggest thing to remember is that the only thing that you need to keep going is the family name. Everything else is sort of secondary. And so, again, a little bit like sectors in Stellaris or any of these other things, like, it's not always the worst thing in the world to have the AI develop your lands for you and for you to focus on another set of things. And again, even if you find, I'm repeating myself now, but even if you find Gavelkind succession frustrating, it may just be a statement that it's maybe less about Gavelkind succession and more a little bit in terms of how you've structured things in terms of what titles you yourself have kept. So, food for thought, at least. Fate smiles upon me, and my wife Ekaterine is pregnant again. Lords of Fruli have adopted the institution of slightly levy-focused noble obligation laws. Fair enough. We're obviously getting close to that point now where I would be considering building a castle town, obviously I can build the hospital right away, or I could... Let's just take a quick look at epidemics. So yeah, no disease to really worry about so far. If I go really far out, oop. Yeah, some disease in Spain and dancing plague. So I don't see much of a reason to build it. I also don't really have a good candidate for an invasion, so I think what this is gonna... I think probably what's gonna happen is I'm gonna go for the castle town. This might change, but, you know, I don't really want to take on, well, I mean, if I was going to take him on, now would be a really good time. It's pretty weak. Let's shake the tree a bit. I'm not committing to anything, but we'll at least start working on a title. Another daughter, of course. A daughter was born to Count Adermo of Verona and Countess Catherine of Verona, named Erleuva. This is the one thing I'm so terrible at in Crusader Kings, is the pronunciation of anything even remotely close to the real titles. So I think, here's what I think I'm going to do for the next little while. Unless there's like a total breakthrough with this scheming here, what I'm probably going to do is build the castle town. Once I have the castle town, then the focus is going to be on generating as much wealth as I can to start pressing claims on areas. So it's probably a bit premature in sending out the counselor to fabricate claims, but I'm not limited. Oh, so at age 9, my daughter Sonilda died of frothing at the mouth. So my 5-year-old is next in line. My 5-year-old hunchback child. 28, so still might get a child. But if I request the divorce, so Pope Lucius doesn't like me enough to grant a divorce. So yeah, here are the irons. You can almost think a little bit about this game as sort of what irons do you have in the fire. So here are the main plots that I'm working on right now. Ideally, I'm going to kill the Baron, although the Baron may have had more luck with children than me. Nope, he hasn't. So if we can kill him in time, I get to keep his castle, which is good news for me because then I have, you know, I have levies, I have lots of good things. So that's a pretty high priority. But I can't really accelerate this any further. If I want to invite somebody, I would need to do something to make my steward happy. My spy master. Well, you know what? 17 opinion of me, 27 opinion of me. My spy master has moral qualms over an assassination. What'll it cost me? 15? You know what? $30 to try and get these guys in on a plot. I think that will pay itself out. To the heroic Count Adermo, peace be with you. Count Engelbert spent the favor Count Adermo owed him to force Count Adermo to join their factions. Well, that's not going to be good. Surely there must be a way that I can leave. Yeah, apparently not. I mean, it's increased council power in Friuli, so it's not the end of the world if it happens. Oh, that's right. That was the guy who helped me with the... Oh, this is great. So this is the two buttons on the right-hand side of my mouse. Since I came to Aquilera, there has never been a shortage of soldiers reinforcing the troops. They know that fame and fortune await. So this is my duties as a marshal that I'm performing right now. Okay, so, oh, more babies. So yeah, so the iron's in the fire. One, I'm doing as much as I can to turn this baron into an ex-baron, because I want his land. I'm slowly ticking up my... So this will be the new one. Actually, you know what? We're going to wait 9 months and we're going to see what the focus will be. So I'm ticking my gold up, and it's more so the option. So the option is either going to... Oh, my co-conspirator, Countess and Katerina, has hired someone to saw through the supports of a railing on a balcony Baron Theodold is known to frequent. Someone may soon take a bit of a tumble. Look out below! Let's see if it happens. Rather than letting civil war tell the realm apart, Duke Ursus of Friuli has agreed to give the council more powers in deciding the policies of the realm. Your valuable support in this matter will not be forgotten. Well, good, because that gives me more power in the duchy, but if I want to claim the duchy for myself, it now means that I'm going to have to... to deal with that. It started as an uneasiness around guests and strangers, and then evolved into awkwardness and a strong feeling of discomfort. So... I don't want to meet any new people, so Shy will shoot down my diplomacy, or I'll just have to try to be more gregarious, and I will either gain stressed or gregarious. Let's roll the dice here. I'm going to make an effort to try and be more outgoing. I am stressed. Peasants from the local countryside have sent a representative to petition for our support in one of their traditional carnivals. This time I'm just going to say they're just... no, we can afford it. Failure! Baron Theodold discovered the sabotage that has been done to the railing. At least he is clueless as to who deserves the blame for this. We'll just have to try again. Okay, so bad luck. Didn't get what we wanted, and I'm now stressed, which is a drawback for both fertility and health. I'm curious if there's an action that I can take under intrigue. So I'm waiting on this childhood focus until the baby. So I can compose a book, choose a topic worthy of discussing. I've never done this before, but I don't want to spend 50 gold. Now, if an opportunity comes up, I can always borrow 300 from Jewish merchants, but that has its own costs. Okay, so I lost my marshal, which this may actually work out for me. Yeah, I'm just going to put this guy in place. Oh, and I don't have a physician. Okay. As that mayor I used to kill is now I wanted to kill is now a commander. Well, let's do the recruitment drive for the physician, I think. So yeah, with luck, we off the Baron. Sorry, off this Baron. Your rangers report of a suspected witch living in the outskirts of the realm. They have never been able to prove that the woman practices sorcery, although the villagers do not trust her. She's willing to put her medical mixology skills to good use in your court and offers to become your physician in exchange for naught but a small vial of your blood. A most strange offer. I have changed my mind. I do not require her services. I'm curious if the search is still going on. Yes. Oh, thank God. All right, we finally got a boy. Let's keep him healthy. You have a new heir. If your character dies, you will now play as Adamero Adamini. So, let's train you in etiquette. Strapping young lad. Oh, and apparently we got twins. All right, so of course we need to have another daughter. Okay, so we're finally on track to. Oh, right, we're not ready to do that yet. Actually, I might be able to do some interesting things on the council now. So my chancellor is out. I'm assuming because he's dead? Yeah. Alright, so the mayor it is. Alright, so let's see what kind of things I can do in my... Okay, so it's the... So the way this is going to work, it turns out, so if the liege wants... If my liege wants to do something, I can call in that favor to... to impose the... Right, so basically I need to call in the favor on the liege, but I can also call in the favor to resist any moves that they make that I might not approve of. I've received word from my co-conspirator, Wektarthi, that the bowmen are in place and waiting for the right moment to strike at Baron Theodold. We are committed then. Hopefully he doesn't have a kid. The council agreed that Count Godic of Padua had been acting in a very impious way, ignoring many wisdoms of the Bible. Being a pious man, you decided to help him not repeat the same mistakes. Geodok was very grateful for this help and told you that he was in your debt. So piety for me as well as another favor, but nothing I can really do with the council yet, unfortunately. Failure! Baron Theodold escaped the arrow barrage unharmed, and one of the captured bowmen revealed my name, so he now does not like me. But at least I got a son. So yeah, the aim... I need to fix this, so fabricate claim. Actually, you know what? I don't think I want to fabricate the claim, and we'll keep you performing statecraft. And then let's train troops in Verona still. I grow more and more impatient with Chancellor Mayor Theodoric, and his slothfulness makes him go to extreme lengths to avoid having to do actual work. Give him a stern talking to, or I will give him one last chance to sharpen up. We will give him the stern warning. I was glad to hear Chancellor Mayor Theodoric decided to amend his ways and start working harder. The slothfulness that caused us to miss the opportunity to improve Aquilera seems to have disappeared overnight. I am glad I talked sternly to him about it. I will have order. I will have sensible people. Okay, so, yeah, I think we're on the way to the castle town, which is why I didn't assign my new chancellor here. Alright. In this case, I'm gonna train all my daughters in etiquette in order to try and distribute them amongst the realm. Once they become old enough, I'm gonna show you how I do it. Now, this will probably be a little too late, but we'll see how it goes. Fate smiles upon me, and my wife Ekaterina is pregnant again. It is not a bad thing for me to have so many kids. King Aelus of Lombardy has declared the second Lombard-Venetian embargo war. All right, well, he can have fun. Yeah, so we're unlucky with what's going on with our Baron. Fortunately, his wife seems to be equally deserving of that title. So whether it's through assassination, I mean, I don't think he's going to die at 38, but you never know. I mean, I'm stressed and I'm 41, so... since I came to Aquilera, we've never had a shortage of soldiers reinforcing our troops. So, the general plan here, again, if I can get that holding, so much the better. If I can't get the holding, you know, we'll work with that. I definitely need to make sure that my son survives about another decade. It's very unlikely that this is going to work. In fact, I should probably figure out who my chancellor, or my regent is going to be in the meantime. Oh, still Bishop Tasso. As a reigning count, I rarely have any spare time, but for my little daughter, will move heaven and earth. Good news. Yeah, so that money's gone away pretty much forever, I think. I think once we build the castle town, that's when I'm going to start putting money towards the acquisition of new territory. Another son. Okay, so that's where Gavelkind will potentially be a bit of a problem, but right now I only have one holding, so I don't need to worry about that split. And again, it's not guaranteed that my my sons are going to survive, so... I'll pay tribute from across the world. Duke Mucius of Friuli has inherited the county of Padua. Ah. New lord? Yes. Weak lord. So am I, though. There's already a betrothal, it looks like. What about... So he's age 1. She's age 1. They're like a perfect match. This is just to try and get somebody in the line of succession. I'm also going to try and make a move to take this guy out if I can. To the wise Count Adermo, you may live in harmony and contentment. I have decided to accept your suggestion of a betrothal between Almafreda and Ursus. In the meantime, actually, let's take a look at the other... let's take a look at the other duchies. So this is Duchy of Lombardy. Pretty unlikely. So he's age 9. Doesn't hurt to... Definitely doesn't hurt to have the... have somebody in the line of succession. To the thrifty scholar Adermo, blessings upon you and your house. I have decided to accept your suggestion of betrothal between Koningdua and Prince Ermendorf. The iconoclastic faith triumphant. The adherents of the Orthodox faith have steadily dwindled to the point where the iconoclast believers are in the majority. This new state of affairs has reduced the Orthodox faith to a de facto heresy. All former Orthodox holy orders are now iconoclast. And then... let's see what's going on in Ravenna. Now this is interesting. So she is 1. No. Right, because she's the heir. I'm pretty sure that's not going to work for anyone. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I think we need to wait until they have a son before any of that's going to work. Right, this is already... we've already got that. Oop. The thrifty scholar Admiro, please support me by voting with me in the council. If you agree to do me this favor, I will henceforth owe you a favor. Let's go for it. Hey, the Eyes of Sin! Crusader Kings 2 is treating me very well. Thank you very much for that host as well. How old is he? 3? So basically I'm just trying to put some people in place for some convenient successions. To the glorious Count Adermo, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I've decided to accept your suggestion of betrothal between Ereluva and Lambert. A rough day of deep cleaning. I am sorry to hear that. Alright, so again, if I try to do the arranged marriage, there's no way that she's going to accept. And I think this is very optimistic if... Well, I mean, it gets him out of the house. Alright, already a betrothal there, so bad luck. Nope, I'm out of kids. My co-conspirator, Countess Ekaterina, has sent word that the carriage Baron Theodold is traveling on will soon suffer an unfortunate incident, leaving no survivors. I mean, my wife's a pretty good schemer. This should work. And I'm just going to build the castle town right away. I've got a little bit of a savings. New important decisions are available. Sending the messengers out. Failure, the carriage was sent flying into the ravine, but Baron Theodold jumped out moments later. The driver was caught and revealed my complicity in the plot. By the way, Sin, if you want, feel free to put those images in the chat. I am not at all opposed to you putting out word of your excellent emotes. Forgive me, folks, I just need one quick second in another tab. I've got this really weird thing going on where there'll be a few people follow and then there's like a big drop in terms of the number of people who are following. But I don't think there's anything I can do about that. Scouts bring word of a mystic blind man that supposedly works miracles. He appears around the villages and cures all manner of ailments afflicting the peasants. There are even rumors that he made a lame man walk again. The peasants call him Anspran the Blind. A gift of gold would convince him to come to your court. So for 10 I can get a miracle worker. Yeah, why not? So obviously we're kind of destitute now, but in this case getting a 2 tax income is pretty great. The other thing that's kind of helpful too is that if I have an opportunity that emerges, I can always borrow the money from Jewish merchants and then pay it back over time. But I don't have any immediate needs as far as conquest are concerned, so... Alright, again, I'm trying to set my kids up for life as housewives, so... Alright, I need a new spy master. I suspect it's going to become my wife, but yep, she's my best spy master. So. What else can I do? I can add another 13 plot power, but I don't really think it's worth it. Ah, oh, damn it, they've got a child now, too. I'm gonna hold off on that one, I think. I mean, a 1-year-old can't be that hard to kill. My Marshal Huckpert has initiated a massive recruitment drive in Verona. Although I should figure out what I... You know, in this case, I'm just gonna auto-assign the commanders. I never know who to assign, so... I have no idea how we wound up with so much money all of a sudden. But it's great news. I think I can build that hospital. Again, I'm a little reluctant to try and start any wars at the moment, just because it's, I don't know, Chalk Voldemort said that about Harry Potter, and look how he turned out. Without a note. I've not read Harry Potter. But I'll take your word for it. I mean, also his dad is really hard to kill, it turns out. I'm sure he's not gonna like me too much. Yeah, because I attempted to murder his dad. Yes, I know it's heresy. I've not read Harry Potter. I'm sorry. By the way, I am curious, guys. So I really enjoy playing Crusader Kings, and I am totally fine just sitting down, not talking that much. You'll Avada Kedavra you into the ground. Avoiding spoilers, Voldemort tried to kill Harry when he's... Yeah, well, I've seen a couple of the movies. Like, I haven't... It's not that I've, like, oh my god, what's Harry Potter? I mean, he's that kid with the symbol of the Union of British Fascists on his forehead, right? For those of you who don't know what the Union of British Fascists symbol looked like... Or sorry, British Union of Fascists. That's what their flag looked like. I think there's a very unsettling subtext to Harry Potter, personally. Anyway. Yeah, so like I kind of know like broad details about the books. And it's not even because I'm not even that... Hey, Sigir. It's not even because I'm opposed to them. It's just, it's something that hasn't come up. Okay, awesome. Castletown, so we're now almost generating 2 a month. I'm slightly tempted to actually move my steward into improvement. A new bird has arrived in the Muse, and a new book on the art of writing poetry is in the library. I will take her out for a hunt. New bird was far more aggressive than the ones I'm used to. It killed many rabbits, but was unwilling to relinquish its catch. It even attacked me when I tried to pry one away. Poetry is safer. Let's try that instead. Despite being giant books, they are shockingly quick reads, though you totally understand why you've not read them. You were sort of born into a different time. That's not entirely true, Sin. Like, I think the books appeal enough, generally, that I could have gotten into them. But the challenge that I run into is that I had my own sort of set of things that I was reading, and there's one small drawback, which was my little sister really liked them. My little sister didn't really like me very much, so like, it's just one of these things. It sounds petty, but it's like one of these things where, you know, because of that unfortunate, that unfortunate happenstance, I wound up being very unfair to the Harry Potter books. My modest attempts to write poetry were never meant to be published anyway, but wherever I go, bards and minstrels are reciting or singing my poems. Fame and fortune await. Yeah, I'll go for the extra diplomacy. I do. I have a sister and a brother. Okay, so Carl is incapable. Due to advanced age, a head injury, or other mental disabilities, the character is not fit for any kind of work. Let's arrange a marriage quick. Aww. Okay, what about a powerful vassal somewhere in? The Duke of Toulouse. Yep, that'll do. This is mostly just to try and get some people inside what might eventually become the Holy Roman Empire. To the magnificent Count Aderimo, may you live... Of course, if the Holy Roman Empire forms, I'll be part of it too, so... may you live in harmony and contentment. I've decided to accept your suggestion of a betrothal between Kotani and Theodoric. So that takes care of all of my kids. The Second War against the tyranny of King Karl of West Francia has ended. King Karl of West Francia has won. And the Saxon Rebellion claim in Saxony War has ended. King Karl of West Francia won. A petty wench is throwing herself at you. I can't resist her. Or mind over body, mind over body. Well, I don't want chaste, so... Sorry, wife. She doesn't need to know. What happens in petty wenches stays in petty wenches. Alright, so because I don't have any immediate conquests that I'm thinking of, I'm gonna build this hospital just in prep. The Lords of Fruly have approved the institution of Ruler War Declaration's sovereignty law. What the hell does that mean? Okay, so for whatever reason, they decided that the ruler should... They just gave up power. That's horrible. It seems that Count Engelbert of Treviso, the spymaster of Duke Municus of Friuli, has been sent to Aquilera to investigate rumors of a plot. Maybe he should be silenced before he finds out about my plot to kill... No, because he owes me a favor. Or he should, at least. Better not risk it. Oh, I thought it said pretty. Maybe it did say pretty. I don't know. Anyways, I went to wenchen, which is maybe not quite consistent with my role as a family man, but sue me. So one question I did have for you guys. Obviously, this is a pretty mild playthrough. But especially for those of you who've been here near the start, although I appreciate... I mean, we obviously have quite a few people who are hanging out, and I totally get it if a lot of you want to just lurk. That's fine. That's, where I built the channel from. Let's take a second here. Child needs some training. I am curious, though, how you guys feel about the fact... So obviously there's not a lot that has happened. Like, we've built some stuff in a county, and we've got some favors which we'll probably never use. Knowing that this is going to be the game for Mondays, are you kind of okay with how this game went? Or would you prefer me, for whatever reason, if this playthrough were to end, would it be better for me to do something a little more action-packed, like a Viking or something like that? Because I love playing this game, but I have no idea whether or not it's hitting. Oh, that's awesome! And I know you just started, so that makes me particularly happy. All right, so it seems my hunchback daughter is fussy, indolent, and brooding. But because she's fussy, she'll be very good at intrigue. So Kunigunda focuses her studies in the ways of intrigue and acting in the shadows. Playful and fussy children do better with this education, while rowdy and affectionate children will be hampered. At age 57, my father-in-law, Doge Leon of Amalfi, vanished without a trace. Wait, she was related to me? Oh, that's right. I married his daughter. Eh. Lurkin is good, FYI. Super chill stream, and you'll be back next Monday after playing again. I am, yeah. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Just to be clear, if anybody was confused about that, I am 100% okay with lurking. I used to welcome everyone by name when I started off doing this, and I realized that turned people off. So if you want to hang out, a concurrent view is a concurrent view, and I feel great about that. We do grand strategy games every Monday, so we're going to be doing Crusader Kings 2 for the foreseeable future. I have no idea when Holy Fury comes out, so we might have to reset the playthrough through. But yeah, I mean, I love talking about these games. Obviously, it won't necessarily be the same on, Tuesday's going to be the Elder Scrolls vodcast. Wednesday and Friday are probably going to be a little more action-packed with something like Frozen Synapse or XCOM or Mass Effect. But Monday always gets carved out for Paradox grand strategy games, or at the very least a Paradox strategy game. Sometimes we do like BattleTech or something like that. But yeah, I also kind of need to acknowledge, because the catch on this is that an active chat will sometimes be different in terms of what they want than the lurkers. So when I say something along the lines of, like, what I'm just trying to get the temperature of is that I'm not sort of engaging in some kind of, streaming masturbation of like, okay, I'm just going to kind of tool around in Crusader Kings 2 for a few hours, and, the hell with you if you don't like it. And obviously, if I only pay attention to the people who are active in chat, that doesn't necessarily mean that the tastes of games are the same. So even if you guys, obviously it's my job to sort out what I'm doing on stream, but I really do appreciate the feedback that you guys are giving. So thank you. And Sigir says the game is great. You enjoy anything about this game. Usually you're a warmonger and you like to see how people play, offering different aspects of the game. Yeah, well, this is a big one too, Sigir, because a lot of what I'm doing right now will only come to fruition a few generations later. Like, I sort of seeded a bunch of duchies with my daughters because there's really weird things that happen under certain laws. Now, again, most of the people are going to carry the name of another group, but again, you never quite know how these things work out. So I'm just trying to spread a few people around and keep things keep my options open. So don't talk to you when you're here. Okay, I'm gonna call you Johnny Hammer Time from now on. In reality, Sigurd, like, most of the stuff that I'm doing here is probably not going to result in anything meaningful as far as plots for getting claims on things. But that's just it. You never know you never quite know what's going to be coming up. So I always try to keep myself in good shape as far as, so this is going to be my heir. We will train him in duty. I always try to act in a certain way. So even just having someone up in Francia, just spread out some of the distant relatives a bit, and even if it's a weak claim or something like that, if it comes up at an opportune time, it can just crack everything open. Personally, Isthmus loves the story aspect, and many people just fly through that part, so you enjoy flying. Oh yeah, it's the best. And one thing I like about it, this is why I find multiplayer in these games so hard, is I really like reading these, and I don't care if I've read it 100 times before, but the thing that's great about it too is it gives you a little mental rest. So in this case, I get to say, okay, what was I thinking about? Right, I was building up some wealth, and I was going to build another city town. Or another castle town. Knowing what I know now, do I still want to spend the money on that? Like, they're nice little moments to say, okay, I'm going to pause and we're going to see what the next step is. So Eyes of Sin is apparently here for my green eyes and sexual charisma. She's got the lustful trait, but she's also the humility trait. Most people play England or Ireland or the Vikings, so it's nice to see a different playthrough. Yeah, I mean, it's super fun to play all those countries. So I decided I'm not trying to go for an achievement or that, although I think it's possible if I wind up as the King of Lombardy, I'd get the Iron Crown achievement. But I definitely wanted to make sure I was at least on the continent. I mean, Italy's it's kind of on the border, but like, I mean, well, it's not the border, it's Europe, but like, you know, when people think of Europe, they're thinking just like, okay, are there going to be like, you know, are there going to be, you know, tribal wars or something like that? So I thought, you know, play a count in Lombardy and see what happens, because obviously, I mean, Charlemagne's, you know, is disabled, but we have sort of a neighbor who might want to go running into this area, so my liege may not be my liege anymore. I am pleased to hear that after a period of peace and shrewd management, the county of Verona is doing very well. People are happy, and the tax collectors are reporting record intakes. That's one of the reasons why I changed my my steward. Oh, I thought I was changed my steward to administer realm. Okay, apparently I got prosperity without it. Then he's just gonna tax the crap out of everyone. All right, so I do still want to keep building things on my castle, but we are now going to start reorganizing my goals. So I'm still trying to fulfill the groom and heir ambition. I think this will be the only thing that my character really accomplishes in life. I can shut the gates when an epidemic is threatening. Looks like... Oh, is the hospital? Yeah, the hospital's built, so... So what I think I'm gonna do... I'm curious, what is it? Smallpox, Jesus! Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. It's definitely not the sort of thing I want. Yeah, there we go. Not prospering anymore. Well, I won't be prospering in a while. It's like a coin toss if you die. Smallpox is horrifying. Yeah, he's hiding. I am Kintara 666. We'll make her... Yeah, we'll give her intrigue as well. NJ Deronan, thank you very much for that follow. Oh, so... Oh, okay. Here we go, guys. We're gonna be going outside of the realm of these dark days. My son, Gaimar, has been beset by oozing lesions and a high fever. I've just been informed that his affliction is indeed smallpox. Should have gone into seclusion. Call for my court physician at once. Alright, yeah, everybody's will shut the gates. Some commoners have already gathered outside as your guards start closing the gates. A decisive thump silences the curious chatter coming from the other side. Seal it! I mean, we've already given ourselves a big risk by having a family member who's afflicted. So yeah, I'm gonna get out of the world of Crusader Kings for a little bit. I'll talk a bit about work. So a lot of the stuff that I do is on productivity. And one of the interesting... So there's a lot of different theories about why productivity is or isn't growing. One of my favorites, personally, not because I think it's a good theory, The peasants of the county are complaining about Steward Wictharney's arbitrariness. They feel that he doesn't really understand the concept of rules and laws. He shouldn't be bothering me about it. And this has come up. Oh God, there's 2 sons now. They just keep multiplying. Hopefully the smallpox will get them. I'm thinking it's pretty unlikely we're going to be able to. I wonder if there's a way I can. So if I imprison him, it's arbitrary. I revoke. All right. Oh, he doesn't have smallpox anymore. Cool. Let's make him. We'll teach him struggle. He's the younger brother. Anyway, yeah. So one of the things that's coming up, for those of you who don't know, we're in a state right now where labor productivity, for whatever reason, seems to be growing at a slower rate. And one of the most popular theories running around right now is the Orthodox faith triumphant. The adherents of the iconoclast faith have steadily dwindled to the point where Orthodox believers are in the majority. This new state of affairs has reduced the iconoclast faith to a de facto heresy. All former iconoclast holy orders are now Orthodox. So one of these things running around, and this is like credible people, so like Hal Varian of Google believes this. I don't think he's right to think this, but basically we're not in a product. The belief is that we're not in a productivity slowdown, that what's happening is we're mismeasuring productivity. Now, I can point to you papers that were written around the 1970s during something that was known as stagflation. I am married to a woman I love, and it is such a blissful state. I wish that everyone could experience love such as ours. It's such stress relief. I mean, this will tell you how much of stress relief it is. But yeah, so like basically the idea is that we're actually experiencing productivity growth that we did before. We're just mismeasuring it, and it's a somewhat seductive argument that people make. I'll try and present it as fairly as I can. But before that, I can tell you, like I've read papers from around the 1970s when they were experiencing stagnation as well. And the thing that amused me so much was they were talking about, all the reasons why productivity is mismeasured. And as it turns out, it was sort of oil price shocks were the main reason why that sort of thing was happening. So the more things change, the more things stay the same. So the argument that people make in terms of productivity being mismeasured goes something along the lines of saying that you have... so take the iPhone. If you think about it, 10 years ago, let's say, you would pay for a GPS, and you'd usually pay a couple of $100s for that. Also, 10 years ago, you would pay for photo finishing. It wouldn't be expensive. It'd be about 50 cents a photo. And there was something like, 80 billion photos produced 10 years ago in a given year. What's happened now? Well, now, especially with things like iPhones, again, I'm an iPhone user, so that's the only reason I'm giving that example. You're welcome to whatever phone you feel about. Walking alone on the battlements late one night, you suddenly see a shining white shape appearing in the sky above you. It seems to be moving towards you, or maybe away. There's a strange sound in the air too, like a whispering. What is going on? The Virgin has appeared to me. I have been blessed. Smallpox is slowly making its way. All right, here we go. Open the gates. I don't know how much the I don't know how much the hospital helped us, but I'll live with it. So I don't want to go after the Duke. It's either Treviso or Mantua, and I think Treviso is the only one that I'm really strong enough to go after, so we will send the... I know I'm throwing around so many thoughts. Sorry for not keeping on one topic. Okay, so with your phone, I think we're producing something like 1.6 trillion photographs. And it's essentially costless. You know, I send photos all the time, I take photos all the time, I get photos all the time. There's really no, there's, you know, all of this is great. We're producing more photos than we ever have before, and they've never cost less. But because the cost is zero, the claim is that they are not accounted for in GDP. So productivity numbers are basically, are we producing more with the same or fewer outputs? But the catch is that, or inputs, is our outputs growing while our inputs stay the same or get smaller? And the problem with this is that the claim is that because things that don't cost money are not measured in GDP, we're not factoring in the productivity improvement of the fact that it basically doesn't cost anything to produce a photo now. And I think there's some, you know, I can have some sympathy for that view. This is slow fever that's apparently creeping towards us. I can have a little bit of sympathy for that view because I think it's correct that, you know, photographs, you know, photos are generally better than they've been, or at least they have the potential to be better than they've ever been. And for the most part, you know, photo finishing does not show up in GDP numbers quite the way that they used to. Now, you might make an argument about quality because there's something about physically holding a photo that's very different from digital, but I don't know. For those of you who've received a photo from me, let me know if you'd prefer a physical one. I'll do my best. Now, here's the reason I'm not very convinced by that argument, whether it's GPS or whether it's photos. It's true that photo finishing may not quite be what it is in GDP, but GDP isn't just for photo finishing. Surely Apple is able to realize the, you know, the value that they are presenting to someone through producing a good that allows them to take cheap photos and get free GPS. Let me just update the... okay, so I can make her Marshal or Intrigue, and I just love the idea of having these daughters that are good diplomats and good spy masters in all the courts of Italy. That actually sounds remarkably Italian now that I think of it. So to me it says that, you know, it is accounted for in GDP. It's accounted for in GDP because Apple charges money for their phone, and they would not be able to charge as much for their phone if they... we might as well buy some counselors. Or, ooh, he wants 25 for that? I really want him dead. You know, if Apple also charges for their... Yeah, so the important term here, Melemony, is essentially costless. So the marginal cost of taking a given photo is, you know, is negligible, because obviously Apple, you know, Apple isn't just the only place to store your photos. And I mean, you have a certain amount that you can store on the phone. There's other options that you have, but you are 100% correct that cloud storage is not actually costless. But then, you know, the problem that I have with that one is then I can flip around and say, well, what about GPS? Because, you know, I didn't pay for GPS. But yeah, my view on this is that the productivity improvement of, you know, of photos and GPS and all of that is embodied in the cost of iPhones. And what's happening is that, you know, you'll notice that the top end iPhone is going up and up and up in price, but the medium and low level iPhones are also getting better. But basically what's happening is that the upper bound of like the really like luxury product, that price just keeps going up. Same thing's happening with Pro laptops too, right? Like if you get a Mac Pro, you're spending about $3,000 or $4,000 on it. But an Air is not that much more expensive than a comparable computer, like a comparable laptop from another company. But the key here is just to say, it's like, I'm not entirely, like, it's easy to talk about all of these Silicon Valley stories and saying, you fuddy-duddy economists just don't know how to properly measure the modern technology. I'm like, yeah, that story's kind of been said since the 90s. And the 90s had a bunch of growth and productivity numbers in a way that isn't really happening right now. Now, maybe that the technology hasn't diffused yet, that maybe there aren't enough people doing like machine learning and AI and stuff like that to go through. And I will get back to the game as soon as I can. Sorry about this. But I think there's a more interesting story that's being told. And if you guys are interested in these kinds of topics, I can recommend this book because it is a bit of popular reading. Like, it's solid stuff, and Robert Gordon's really good at what he does, but it's called The Rise and Fall of American Growth. And the Robert Gordon story is basically that all the low-hanging fruit of productivity has been picked. That now, if you want productivity, like, we can't eradicate smallpox again. We can't reinvent indoor plumbing. If you think about indoor plumbing, the fact that people aren't getting sick and are able to go to work more regularly, or that you don't have to have like a replacement worker come in who's not as good at the job, infrastructure, all these sorts of things, like, or the simple adoption of the computer in the first place as opposed to upgrading the existing ones. Like, these things are hard to do, and we're currently in a stage where we're spending a lot of time, there's a lot of wealth being generated on things like Facebook and, and better phones and such. And it's not to say that those phones aren't good. It's not to say that those things are not valuable, but they're not eradicating smallpox valuable. They're not plumbing valuable. And that's the reason why we're seeing a slowdown in productivity, and that we should expect that this will stay that way until somebody comes up with something comparable to those kinds of improvements. The Robert Gordon story is kind of pessimistic. I'm probably somewhere in the middle. I'm actually looking right now at what the role of public capital is, so the things that the government builds as opposed to private capital, so factories and whatnot, or a copy of Unity or Unreal Engine or whatever. But yeah, Sigir kind of made me think of that when smallpox came up. So sorry for those of you who've been very patiently waiting. The hospital in Verona has seen an increase in the amount of people looking for food and shelter lately. It can barely provide the food required as it is. Perhaps it would be a good opportunity to make an impression. So I can spend 15 gold or wealth, prepare the food and supplies to be handed out as charity, and the prosperity of the county increases slightly, or the money is better spent. Oh no, we will definitely take care of our people. Alms and other supplies have been brought to the hospital. It will make life much easier for those in need. The question now is how to present this extraordinary gift. It is a gift from their count. 100 prestige and a potential to become proud. God made it possible, 50 piety, and bonus to temple vassals. I'm already pretty good with my temple vassals, so the realm provided this offering. Vassal opinion 10, or I'm doing it for my people. Smooth talker, lower revolt risk, and the chance of humble. No, we'll say I'm the one who brought it. And I did not become proud. Oh, Johnny, if you're still around, so Humble gave an offer to buy the monthly bundle for $4, so I finally own Overwatch. I feel like everyone is trying to trump me. My huntsman killed more prey than I, my counselors found a better solution to the rebellious peasants than mine, and I started to feel that everyone was better than me no matter what. I was going to say, if they are better than me, then I have to accept that. I can become kind, which will lower my intrigue to like 0. Or I envy them all. Intrigue +2, diplomacy -1, and liege opinion -15. You know what? I will be a... Look at that gray beard. I will be a kindly old man. A man claiming to be a lord who disappeared 7 years ago has found his way to my castle. He sings of the fair queen Elfland, and some say his songs are prophetic. So, long lost but home again, or he's finally found his way home then, and a courtier named Rodgand appears at the... we'll say long lost but home again. I want to get the kind trait. Again, I've pretty much abandoned intrigue. I mean, if it... to the Honorable Count Ademo, please, peace be with you, propose that Prince Ernolf of Lombardy, yep, as was arranged. Basically, this plan failed. If we can off him, great. If we can't, so be it. There will be other opportunities. I'm currently working to try and gain some claims on territory. Right now, I'm working on a small territory. Oh, my liege, I write to you with bad news from Verona. My efforts to squeeze some extra taxes out of the population have been met with resistance, and the peasants are arming themselves. I fear we might have a revolt on our hands soon. I'm not worried. 2.5% chance. I think it's pretty fair to say, you know, the effort to gain the extra castle failed. We did get to build up our own infrastructure, so that's good. In fact, I might. No, you know what? I'm gonna keep the family focus because of the extra health. Once my son becomes old enough, so that's in 7 years. My marshal has initiated a massive recruitment drive. Increased council power. Fair enough. And a Lombard holy war on a neighbor. Again, they can wait. So my feeling on this is, if there's a good target of opportunity, I'll build something here. In reality, what's most likely going to happen is I'm going to make a small effort to try and get a claim on this county. If I can get an extra, Ooh, actually, looks like. Oh no, this is still the wealthier target. I'm basically just trying to get a foothold in terms of building up my base. Eventually I want to try and take the Duke's title, but it would be better if I could... Oops, something happened with Pope Lucas. Too strong. I'm basically trying to get this toehold of a second possession that will allow me to... it's a daughter, so she will... Oh, God, she's going to be good at intrigue. The start of the Viking Age, the centralization of power in Scandinavia, along with a rapid population expansion, has begun to drive its denizens to look beyond the home shores in earnest. New developments in shipbuilding, an adventurous spirit, and a fearless belief in the gods are now taking Norse seafarers across the seas towards distant lands. They arrive as traders, raiders, and conquerors, and they call themselves the Vikings. From the fury of the Northmen deliver us. The Viking Age begins. Norse counties receive shipyards and increased shipbuilding technology. Characters of Germanic religion now get new casus bellis. Oh, this is interesting. You can choose to dispute any county that borders you. Beware, choosing to wage conquest that is not backed by a claim carries hefty penalties. The penalties are highest when attacking someone following your religion, fairly high when attacking someone of your religious group, and still significant when attacking. Okay, so what happens here? I lose 100 piety and 100 gold. The Pope doesn't like me. The absolute rule law. Okay, so the council... Oh, hang on. Yeah, the council just got abolished. And disease is back. While passing judgment onto criminals from the safety of your throne, a young noble is brought before you. You quickly come to the conclusion that the man is indeed guilty. Condemning him might not be the wisest choice, as he is of noble birth. If you were to pardon the man, he might prove himself useful to you, as he would be in your debt. So, release him. Lose 50 prestige. Courtier named Lutward appears in your at the court. Being of noble birth means nothing to the dungeons with him. I am a just, kindly old man. So, I mean, my piety's okay. Thing is, this guy is reasonably strong. Yeah, so the way I see this going, I am going to need to build up my wealth. We'll do another betrothal. Sorry, the betrothal. The wedding will happen. Yes. She became a flamboyant schemer. The most excellent Count Adermo, blessings on you and your house. I accept your suggestion that the two get married. Sorry, I'm just terrible with the names. One day at the market, a strange man comes up to you and offers to sell you what he swears is a finger of St. John the Baptist. You look at it carefully, and it does indeed to seem to be a set of old human bones. I must purchase this holy relic for 10 wealth and gain 10 piety. Or this could be anyone's finger. Nope. We'll buy the holy relics. I have received a beautiful new finger of St. John. The finger belonged to St. John the Baptist. St. John was the prophet of the Messiah and was also the one to baptize Jesus, so monthly prestige, piety, and bonus to learning. Okay, so my beloved wife, who is now 40, has assembled a party of mercenaries who will ambush Baron Theold disguised as highwaymen. I am assured that he will not survive the encounter. I've had that assurance in the past. Ooh, the Independence faction from Count Jessen the Lewd. For those of you... Thank God. Success! The mercenaries ambushed the carriage of Baron Theodold and made short work of him. They let the driver go, and he is convinced the attack was carried out by highwaymen. Oh, those nasty bandits. On to the next one. See how Harry Potter survives this one. But yeah, so the plan here, I'm just slowly going to build my treasury. I'm also going to refactor some of my ambitions once I actually have an heir that's grown up. So in the worst case scenario, I wind up with, a lot of wealth in the treasury, and I maybe build something like a barracks or something like that. What'll likely happen is the fabricate claim trigger will come up at some point, and then depending on how soon that is, I'm definitely going to need to enlist some kind of help. So at this point, yeah, it's probably just hiring mercenaries, to be totally honest. Of course, it'll cost me money to gain that claim as well, so there's that. The good news, of course, is that I'll be able to gobble up sort of the formal duchy, and then we might be able to reconsider some of the borders. So, Catherine Amelfinos let everyone know about my plot to kill Baron Theodold during a drunken stupor at the local tap. What's my wife doing drunken at the... God damn it. we're just gonna wait it out for a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna ask the people who like participating in chat what the what they would want their title to be. The bold, the just, the lewd. We can afford it. I don't seem to remember this as often, but those peasants sure are needy. Duke Municus of Friuli has formed an alliance with Duke Ramon. Okay, so I'm definitely not taking the duchy from him. Sorry about the radio silence. I just got. I'm trying not to pause the game, but I did get just a quick notification I need to deal with. So I don't generally like setting people up for failure. So in this case, I do tend to go with the traits that they build up. In this case, this daughter will go for martial education. But again, it's not exactly the end of the world if everybody doesn't follow the exact same structure. Okay. The Alliance and Non-Aggression Pact has been... Okay. That was a very short-lived pact. I think we can speed up again. Where are we? The vassal Cardinal Tasso the Holy was given... By the way, this guy's really gone far. Was given a seat in the College of Cardinals. So this was the guy who we originally tried to put the money in my pocket. He's still loyal to us, by the way. But apparently he is now... He's now an influential man. And I didn't even need to... Oh yeah, he's definitely already the next. Just the tip. Hey, System Shock, not sticking around for long. Just wanted to drop by and let you know that you got a job as a network engineer. Awesome. Still hit up my VODs on occasion. That is great news. As I'm always fond of saying, I never take attendance, and I don't really consider it... Like, the big thing for me is it's not a loyalty thing. I'm happy to have people here. I'm happy to have people hanging out and, like, being part of the channel. I don't think it should ever be a point where people feel like they need to... I don't think people should ever feel like they need to... Okay, so I'll put it to this way. Like, I am really happy to hear that people are doing so well, and I'm happy to hear that they still think of the channel. But don't ever feel like I never feel like I'm sort of put out by somebody not showing up for a while. Everybody has sort of their own things that come up. There's lots of different reasons why, why people aren't able to hang out. I mean, I was in school for 2 years of streaming, so I know that feeling very well. But that's wonderful news. I'm so glad that you got that job. And I am actually very happy to hear that people are watching the VODs and stuff like that, because I've gotten the feedback that people want them. And I try to accommodate as best as I can, but it's always a little hard to know whether or not they're having the effect that they were intended to. So I do appreciate that kind of feedback. So in one sense, it's like, oh, you don't need to say that, but thank you for saying it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, not at all. I would be very reluctant to say I helped personally. I'm just trying to find the best way that I can get him voted as a. I'm trying to get him as a pope. All right. Anyways, yeah, I mean, the best I can say is that I record what I do, and hopefully people who enjoy this sort of thing, that's why I paused, because I've got a ruler that needs education. Okay, you can become a diplomat, a schemer, or a... You know what? We're going to focus on stewardship this time around. Well, I will definitely keep it up, just the tip. Although the implications based on your name might be I may want to choose my words slightly differently. But yeah, no, I intend to keep doing this. And it definitely means a lot to me that people like the stuff. I can't control how people react to it. I can control what I do, and I try my best. But it's always very nice to hear that it's connected with people. And I don't know, I want to still keep experimenting where I can. I want to do things that are fun or new, but I don't ever want to take people who watch my stuff for granted. I do want to try and keep things fun, at least as best as I can. By the way, I'll just warn you guys, I'm technically overtime on this, but because I'm getting a little old as this character, I want to at least have some big thing break. Either get like a casus belli or have the character die. It's great if I can make it so that character, I do one character each playthrough. But Crusader Kings is such that it's not always guaranteed that people will die at convenient times. So... the plan right now, again, the easiest thing for me to do is to murder my way into this barony. And I'm particularly lucky in this case because obviously these kids are very young. This kid's got 5 years before he's going to be able to have a wife. This kid's got 10 years. During a particularly heated argument in the council, you stepped in as Count Engelbert of Treviso was making a fool of himself. You managed to soothe the debaters and win the argument for him. This turned out to be a great move on your part, as he feels indebted to you. So, more prestige and a favor. Not that I will use the favor. Yeah, so basically I've got 5 and then 10 years to be able to make a claim on that territory. I'm slowly building up my wealth. I am actually slightly inclined to... Let's just take a quick look and see what Administer Realm gives me. So, definitely go for the Betrothed. She became an elusive shadow, but with chest pains. The Honor Count Adermo, peace be with you. I accept your suggestion that Kotani and Duke Theodric get married. My steward, Wethari, has been hard at work in Verona, increasing the infrastructure and motivating local people to work even harder. Yeah, so we didn't lose too much in terms of the monthly income. We'll see how it goes. A large merchant caravan from distant lands has arrived at the gates of your stronghold. Their leader, a jovial man of massive girth, pleads with you in a strange accent to grant them shelter from the elements for the night. Very well. As evening falls, the fat merchant sits by the fire and regales you and the rest of the court with stories of his travels. His appetite seems insatiable, but as you do not wish to prove a poor host, you order your servants to bring in a second serving. Tell us more about this mythical realm of Hindustan. Dawn breaks and the caravan prepares to move on. The merchant insists on leaving you a gift as thanks for your great hospitality. He shouts a terse command in a foreign language, and a young man comes forward. This eunuch will serve you well, the merchant says. His loyalty to you, his new master, shall be beyond reproach. So he's got... what? Yeah, moderate. He'll actually be a good new spy master. It's very kind. I will accept the gift. By the way, do you see that icon for eunuch? I think that's cute. Okay, let's do a quick reshuffle. So, no better chancellor, no better marshal, no better stewards, slightly better spy master, but that would remove a loyalist from my council. This is tricky, so I could piss off the cardinal by... Yeah, see, I'd love to replace this court chaplain, but I need to find something else for him to do, and... The problem here is that if I get rid of him as the powerful vassal... So, because he's a powerful vassal, if I remove him as Count Chaplain, he gets a negative 40 in addition to the fact that I've removed him. And what happens there, the Pope winds up getting that money. So, this is one of the things that I thought was so interesting about Conclave and the ideas behind it, is that so much of the decision making that comes into this now is based on, like you have the... So once upon a time, it did not make any sense to put somebody who was bad in the job on your council. And yet this is so totally different from anybody's experience. Even if you just look at the world, like there's plenty of idiots doing jobs somewhere who shouldn't be doing those jobs. Like, to be perfectly frank about it. So hey K5, how you doing? I'm actually overtime, so I guess I need to go longer. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry, it actually occurred to me, actually Melemony is here as well. It occurred to me there was probably a Stellaris game on the weekend, which I didn't message you about. I was swamped, so I was not able to attend, unfortunately. But I hope you guys had a good time. And I'm sorry for not letting you know. But yeah, so this is one thing I really liked about Conclave. Now I think this is one of the things that makes expansions like Conclave hard to do, because what you're doing is you're charging players to make the game work against them. You are making them pay to have things that frustrate them, essentially. And I think that was one of the reasons why the reviews of Conclave were not as good as they could have been. But in my opinion, I thought it was a really well done. I thought it was a really well done expansion. In fact, I should mention as well, that one in particular was donated by a viewer named CPO Williams, who I know wasn't able to go to the cast for a while. I wish I knew what was going on. I should actually message him, because it's been a while since we chat occasionally. But for a while before Paradox was giving me press keys or that, there were a few of you who pretty regularly donated either directly the expansions or the money for them. So this is another reason why I really wanted to come back to Crusader Kings 2, is because I don't want it to mean that if somebody donates something or somebody contributes to the stream in that way, that it's sort of like, well, you know, I played it for a bit, I've done my obligation, and I'm out. Like, I want to treat that like a press key, which is to get as much as I can out of it, as long as I think I can do it well. So that was a particular moment I wanted to shout out, because CPO pretty tirelessly bankrolled the expansions for Crusader Kings 2 for a while. And I've always been grateful for that, but I know there's going to be a new batch of people who haven't seen me play Crusader Kings 2 before, and I feel like that should be... said. You need some chalk in your lives, let's do it Saturday, you're very welcome to attend. Okay, that's good to know. I'm not quite sure what I'm up to on Saturday, K5, but I will, as soon as I know, you will know. And I really enjoyed playing Stellaris with you guys, and I want to do it again because I don't play enough multiplayer games like this. I also saw you playing some Europa Universalis, so if you guys ever want to do that as to change it up, let me know. Alright, a local friar has petitioned you to donate your family relic to the church. After all, he says, it isn't right that one man should hold what belongs to all Christians. So I can prepare a grand ceremony and turn that into 30 piety and prestige. Who will rid me of this turbulent priest? You've defied the will of the Holy Church, and they are not pleased. It's only for a month, though. Okay, so let me just think a little bit about this. So this thing gives me half a piety a month. So that means 6 piety a year. So as long... yeah, this thing generates way too much to be worth it, so... get out of here! My Marshal Huckpert has initiated a massive recruitment drive in Verona. I mean, you say massive, but... Good news, my co-conspirator Ichabos has let me know that Baron Theodold of Monticho? Will soon have a tragic fall off the castle parapets. Fly, little bird, fly! Look at his innocent face, an 11-year-old flying off the edge, just like, is it Bran in Game of Thrones? Your incompetent steward has led a group of smugglers into the county of Verona. Apparently, he thought they were merchants. What a fool. Damn it, man. Success! It seems that little Baron Theodold has not yet learned how to fly. He died quickly and presumably a painless death. Send in the next clone. Chicken for lunch today, I think. At age 12, your vassal Baron Theodold has died under suspicious circumstances. And at age 20, your daughter has died in childbirth. A pity. I don't have anybody to send off, so... God, everybody's dying, it sounds like. Okay. Oh, husband died. Okay, well. The County of Ferrara? Where did County of Ferrara go? Alright, so at age 20, my acquaintance, he died clutching his heart. Alright, so she's 19. Let's... well, this... I've got an easy solution to this. Don't you worry, folks. You lost a daughter in childbirth? Don't worry. We have a replacement. This is what we do in this house. We always have a spare daughter. If one's faulty, you bring it back. We will give you a refurbished one, slightly used, and everything will be... Oh, and he's a lunatic. That's excellent. Okay, well, to the righteous scholar, Dermo, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I accept your suggestion that they get married. Oh, have fun with the crazy person. Cardinal Carl the Holy was given. These don't really mean that much to me, so... Just don't get pregnant. Apparently the baby causes... Oh, God. Alright, yes. Younger brother who believes in struggle. You will become a great general, and you will definitely not overthrow my firstborn. So this is a pretty important milestone here. We've now hit the 150 level, which means we can hire mercenaries to start kicking some ass. The important thing to remember, though, is that mercenaries need to be paid for monthly, and they also... Oh, good news. My co-conspirator has let me know that... Oh, another fall off the castle parapet. Man, it's like... We probably should just have some kind of, like, a cannon or, like, a catapult where we just put, like, the little kids inside them and launch them off. It feels like this has been happening a lot. Hey, there we go. Alright, so Count Adermo of Verona has inherited the barony of Monticchio from Baron Sico of Monticchio. Success! He flew off those walls like an ostrich. Unfortunately, the assassin was caught and my complicity was discovered. Good, but bad. Alright, so I'm a known murderer, general opinion -10, but there you have it. Title loss on succession and righteous imprisonment. Okay, well if I want I can imprison him, but why would I do so? So here's the really tricky one for me, because I really want to keep this in the family. Yeah, you know what? I'm not actually going to follow my own rules here. I am going to change the inheritance laws. Or do I want to do that? Yep. Seniority it is. Doesn't mean I'm not going to assign things to family members, it just means that I'm going to... As reigning count, I rarely have any spare time, but for my little son, Gaimar, I would move heaven and earth. Well, hopefully... Oh, not him. Where's the favorite son? Alright, in 2 years he will... Yeah, we should probably arrange a betrothal, too. Uh-oh. During the last few days, my son, Edamero, has not been able to keep any drink or food down. It seems as if he's suffering from food poisoning. Call for my court physician at once. If you die, I am going to be so angry. I do have monks and mystics. I'm not a member of a society. I didn't really want to join the Dominicans or the Benedictines. But I do intend to join some societies when I feel it's appropriate. Oh, hello! I believe my liege is in rebellion. No, no. Looks like it's somebody else. Well, technically I'm a rebel right now. Did I really get this much money just by sitting on all this? To the thrifty poet Adermo, peace be with you, I accept your suggestion that the two get married. Okay. So the fact that I have this much money, I think I'm going to force the issue and make the claim. I mean, that or I need to build... Well, here's an idea. The church is a greedy thing who always wants more alms, but I have deep pockets, and it's for a good cause. Yeah, here's what I should be doing. I should be building the castle town. Because that's now a personal holding that I have, which means I should be. So we've got castle walls, stables, and a castle town. Yeah, my army should be strong. Well, not that much stronger. You almost finished the Satan storyline, but before you died a horrible death. That tends to happen to Satan worshippers, I notice. Okay, so we're going to have to deal with the fact that the king is probably going to be pretty mad at all these guys for going into a rebellion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep... I'm going to try and keep 150 in my treasury at all times. I am slowly going to build up this holding just because, again, it's something that I own myself and it's going to be an income-producing resource. And again, it's not, like 78 is not going to be that much to build the castle walls. I think the plan is basically going to be that as I do this, there's going to be some point where the fabricate claim trigger hits. It's pretty unlikely. It's like a 5% chance, basically. Just because he's not that good of a diplomat. But the alternative, of course, is if I've got a ton of money and I don't know what to do, I can just force the issue. But constant fights and vicious pranks. My two children, Gaimar and Dermog, just could never seem to get along, but my efforts to instill mutual love and respect have finally borne fruit. This friendship will serve them when I'm gone. So one of the reasons why I instituted seniority rather than trying to worry about the Gavelkind succession is I don't really want to have sons that I wind up... I don't want to have sons that wind up, like I wind up killing. Ignatius of the Tarentine Peasant Revolt has declared the Peasant Revolt for Taranto. Okay, so more revolts. Oh, here's a sneaky idea, actually. She's 1. And he's 14, so that's gonna be... it's gonna be a bit of a wait. You know what? I think it's worth it, though. Nope. Trap. I was just trying to see if there's a sneaky way that I can get a son somewhere in there. No problem, Missy Mins. I'd actually usually be done at this time, but especially because K5 is somebody who I don't get a chance to see very often, I'm going a little bit later. But anyways, thanks a lot. The VOD will be up on YouTube if you want to see how the rest of this ended, but I think at this point we're just gonna be moving some pieces around and seeing how well this can turn out. So young Adermo has finished his education in stewardship. It is evident that he has excelled in his studies. This pleases me. A group of hedge knights have come to visit Verona. Mayor Theodoric has met with them, and they asked for my reply. Welcome them with a lavish feast, and I gain gregarious, reluctantly. Lavish feast it is. And Adermo has fulfilled the ambition to groom an heir. Alright, so now this is a great point to just sit down and say, what are my goals? How can I, what can I achieve instead? So there's really no need for me to have the family focus anymore. At this point, I either need to acquire a title or build a war chest. I get a big bonus if I can get to 300 wealth. So I will do that. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do business. So Count Adermo fraternizes with burghers and merchants, seeking to unravel the enigma of gold. So I'm not going to get any more kids from my current wife. I've got my heir secured. Everything's in pretty good shape there. So now I'm going to find a wife for my heir. It's okay. Well, let's try and reduce it to only adults. I'm pretty sure it's unlikely we'll get any. Oh well, hang on. Yeah, not great. I think we can do better. So it's not bad stats. So let's sort this by diplomacy. She's depressed though, so that's a problem. Oh, this is... There we go. Brunhilde it is. To the Honorable Count Adermo, may you live in harmony and contentment. Regrettably, I would feel it would not be in my... Oh! You wound me. Shut down. All right, back to medieval Tinder. It's a good one. It's the very first Paradox game that I ever played. They're all too old. Okay, so we will betroth. Okay, Iconoclast, no good. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but could be better. Okay, homosexual, so that's going to cause problems for heirs. Here's an alternative. I'll sort by age. Let's find how many are... Let's see how many are 15. They're all the wrong religion. Okay, well, you know what? We'll work with this. And we'll just convert her. Kaz, you made a mod for it. What mod did you make, Kaz? To the most excellent Count Adermo, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I decided to accept your suggestion of betrothal between Adermo and Irene. That's an unfortunate name for a wife. Your wife, she's named after one of the Furies. Hope you don't mind. The Hedge Knights have participated in a minor tournament together with our knights. Sadly, one of the landless vagabonds has been severely injured. Pay for medications and send them on their way. A Rebel King playing match, indeed. More Rebel Count. I did not willingly go into this rebellion. Yep, you absolutely can do that. It's kind of an honor system as far as the links are concerned right now. If people prove themselves unworthy of it, I will, I'll I'll stop it. But if it's usually pretty obvious when people are trying to cause trouble. So I'll take a quick look myself. Atheism, godless, no religion characters. Very cool. I've actually seen this. I don't play a lot of mods, but I actually saw this on the list, and it gave me a good chuckle. Sudden gurgling and feeling of pressure in your gut is the last warning you have before you are forced to make a dash for the privy. Call the groom of the stool. Ansperand is sure you have measles, and he insists that you follow his instructions. Very well, let's get the betrothals out of the way. Ansperand instructed you to avoid spices and fatty foods to treat your diarrhea. I'm glad that I hired him. One moment you are shivering, the next you are sweating, and overall you feel awful. I now have a fever. Queasy feeling overcomes you, and you feel an immediate urge to vomit. Well, I'm just having a great time. To the affable wits, your wisdom, mercy, love, accept your... Yep, good. I'm assuming this is the end. Make it happen. Alright, to the wise poet Adermo, your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I accept your suggestion that Adermo and Irene get married. Okay, so let's just take a second. I'm curious, so it says minus 100 for courtier. Oh, yep, he totally lost the prestige, so that's just talking about... That's fine, I dug myself out of a hole before. So I am slightly tempted to give him the castle down below me, but I kind of feel like I want the extra income for now. I think that gives me a penalty to my prestige. Yeah, because of the landless son. Excuse my vomit, please accept this marriage. When you are not passing a loose stool in the chamber pot, you are bent over it retching. You are suffering from food poisoning. So, we've got fever, vomiting, diarrhea, and now food poisoning. There's no possible way I'm surviving this. Oh, no. Okay. It's the combination. Court physician Ansperand the Blind has come to see you and offers treatment for your illness. He explains that there are several different types of treatment that he can offer. I trust you with your knowledge, O wise one. As long as you know what you're doing, please do only what's necessary in these treatments. Oh, I trust him completely. Oh my god. Ansperand gave you a pouch of herbs and sent you on a journey to find your spirit guide. You wandered the wilderness for days, eating only roots from the pouch, sleeping under the stars. Finally, you felt a presence, and you saw a great horned beast. Afterwards, you wondered, are you the beast? I feel different. I've gained the trait possessed and lunatic. Well, you know what? Sounds like I need to join a society. Still have food poisoning, though. He got real sick and then turned into Satan. More possessed. My wife's opinion of me is somewhat diminished. Possibly because of a lack of attraction to food poisoning, possessed, and lunatic. Also, I'm a known murderer. We've had happier days. I'm having dinner and plenty of drinks with Count Eidrek of Foggia tonight. It's lovely, yet what I'm most charmed by is Ildrek himself. Why else would I not immediately stop our conversation, which has slowly begun to touch upon some almost heretical ideas questioning the salvation of God? If we do not ask questions, why did God make us curious? Walking the palisades of my castle, I am joined by Count Ildrek. I find myself agreeing with a lot of the concepts he presents. The futility of prayer particularly resonates with me. Suddenly he turns to me and presses a small leather pouch in my hand. My lord, will you carry this with you for protection? I'll keep it hidden, and I thank you, Ildrek. What if I told you that all you have been taught to believe is a lie? Ildrek continues, throwing a curious glance around us before pulling up his sleeve, revealing a scar in the shape of a pentagram. God lied to Adam in the Garden of Eden. Reject the tyrant deity and let Satan guide your steps. You truly are a witch, then. Can you rid me of this disease? We might. If you offer yourself up to Satan, you will be granted powers God has kept from us humans. Fingering the leather pouch in my pocket, I slowly nod. Oh, and I think you'll enjoy it, he says, with a knowing smile. If there's a chance it'll rid me of this disease, I will. Your violent vomiting and diarrhea have gone away. You have recovered from what must have been food poisoning. I feel better. But, I mean, the consequences of the treatment have apparently left me completely bonkers. It's been some time since Count Ildrek was in contact with me. I have been mulling over his words. God told Adam he would die if he ate of the forbidden fruit. God lied. The priests in the church lie. So, their lies are meant to hold us back and I lose the trait zealous, or why must we always put the needs of others before our own and I lose the trait charitable? So let's see what those give me. I can get a bonus to martial and piety, or a bonus diplomacy. I think I'm going to hold back on the, we'll give up the zeal. I am becoming a Satanist after all. I've lost my absolute convictions, and I try to keep an open mind. I have lost the zealous trait. I found some cryptic scrawlings written in blood on my bedroom door this morning. The guards say they haven't seen anyone enter during the night, and I dare not ask my court chaplain to decipher it. Yet I think I understand. The pentagram. The mark of the devil. Of course, the bargain must be struck. You carve a pentagram into your arm, just like the one Count Ildrek showed you. And I get an infection and die. Brother Demero, we have received word of your dedication and desire to join the Legion of the True Lord. Await the messenger. Let the Dark One guide you. Signed, Priest Sergio. It's never who you expect. Oh my god! The Doge of Venice is the chief of the Satanists! I didn't see that one coming. I mean, you look at him now, it's like, nobody who has a mustache like that is innocent. I've met an intriguing and hypnotically beautiful woman at court. Apparently Piltrude is a foreign diplomat. I engaged her in conversation for the first time today, and we spoke at length about tax levels. I was shocked when she carefully pulled up her sleeve, revealing the mark of Lucifer. You are the messenger. The abjurer smiles. I'm pleased to find you not only a charming man, Adamero, but also one capable of intellectual discourse. The brethren value the pursuit of knowledge, you see, in addition to more earthly pursuits. Her smile turns into a predatory grin as she continues. We'll soon see exactly how committed you are. What do you need me to do? Piltrude offers no reply, instead taking you by the hand. Piltrude escorts me to my bedchamber. I hesitate upon entering, finding it flooded with light as candles form a circle around my bed. Several hooded figures surround the room, chanting in unison, "Fear not, brother, power and pleasure, these are the gifts of Satan." I like the sound of that. When I wake up, the cloaked figures are gone and Piltrude is lying next to me, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "Welcome to Lucifer's Own, Count Adarmo," she says. I hold her close, wondering how I will look back on this moment. I wish I had found you sooner. Count Adarmo joins Lucifer's Own society. Count Adarmo's opinion of Piltrude changes by 25 for 60 months. And she feels likewise. Yeah, Mortvan. I mean, technically, if you... So the one thing I don't think you can do is benefit from this. But if you ever wanted to know who was a member of the Satanists, you would, obviously you say that you're interested, you find out who talks to you. Apparently she's attractive, scholar, lustful. I mean, it's great. She's 20. She's like a third of my age. So technically, if you wanted to find out one of the members, you could always express interest, but I don't think there's any way to actually, like, action that. And presumably, like, I'm assuming, like, you know, because you can't actually move in to the cult until you've got a pentagram in your arm, I'm assuming that they'll be able to sell you out to the priest, and it's like, oh, well, look at him, he's got a pentagram in his arm, and, you know, but I don't know how it works. I don't know. I don't know the details of Satanism in the in the year 800. All right, of course we're gonna bone her as much as we can. My wife's not mad, is she? No, she likes me a little bit more actually. I'm no longer throwing up, but I mean she's 46. I'm gonna take the 20-year-old Satanist. Oh, he's not the leader. Apparently the head of the Satanists is somewhere in deep, dark Africa. Yeah, I mean, you don't get it of the Benedictines, that's for sure. I seem to remember there was somebody who, when this first came out, I was streaming it for, somebody I knew from Vancouver, and like she'd played Crusader Kings like once or twice before, and they got to that, and there's just kind of this silence and chat, and all of a sudden she just pipes up with, "That's hot." I don't know if she ever wound up getting Monks and Mystics again, but and she changed jobs shortly afterwards, so I don't think I had a need to do it anymore, but it was funny. So a daughter was born. Of course, more daughters. This family is cursed. Man, religious conversion. No! Okay, recruiter for Satan. Young Petrus just walked up to me today, striking up conversation. We ended up having a long talk about a great many things. So, how nice. Spoke at length with Petrus about a great many things. We laughed a lot, and it seems that I have made a new friend. One I'll probably murder at some point, but you know. Meeting with Irene, I made sure to only cautiously question the absolute power of her almighty god. Regretfully, it seems that my words only irritated my courtier. From the steely look she finally gave me, I should probably steer clear of her for now. I need to figure out a way to get her. Oh, here. This is what I can do. I'm going to miss out on the piety, unfortunately, but we will proselytize in the capital to... For the purposes of this game, yes, Melemony, I'm sorry. My liege, I am pleased to report that your errant subject Irene Ravelli has converted to the Catholic faith. Praise God! Your humble court chaplain, Cardinal Tasso of San Martino. Oh, well, let's get him a wife. Oh, wait. You're a member of the wrong religion. All right. Well, that was easy. Turns out I didn't need to force her after all. So, in October, we'll be able to root out heretics. Although, maybe I don't want to do that. This war's going on for a while. I'm assuming it's just because it's taking so long to siege everything down. It doesn't feel like there's that much strength. So Guidold the Evil has 5k strength relative to the king. Oh, man. The king had better watch out. How is he losing? Okay, I think I'm gonna go hunt apostates. Obviously I should be careful because I might be the one to get nailed on that, but... So I'm going to wait till our war chest is up, and I'm seriously going to consider declaring war for this territory. I keep thinking I'm like paused or something like that, but we're just waiting for something to happen. Okay, so I need a new steward. Works for me. It's my son. I'm assuming the Cardinal is going to be kind of mad if I replace him as the Regent. Yeah, we'll wait. Pope Urbanus has died and has been succeeded by Pope Martinus II. Alright. Ooh, yeah, I am glad that I did not piss off that Cardinal, because I need that tax money. My courtier and sister in darkness, Piltrude, is feeling lascivious and suggested that we might stage an impromptu orgy together in honor of the Great Serpent, of course. What a lovely idea. I'll wear my skin mask. Having indulged in at least 4 different kinds of exotic drugs, the last 3 days are a fiery haze in my mind. There was a woman with a forked tongue, a one-eyed dwarf, and many other wonderful freaks. Some of them might have even been real. And the tricks Piltrude and I taught each other. I feel drained, so I gain 100 dark power. I fall in love with her, but I gain the trait frail. Satan's favors, Abjurer Aderimo. The great and mighty Satan has given us so much. It is now time for us to offer them a gift in return. Satan craves a soul to serve them in their dark realm, and we have the perfect kind in mind. Capture and sacrifice a powerful ruler, Abjurer. Okay, so it's got to be a landed ruler of some kind. So this guy's kind of strong. And I fulfilled the ambition, so good news there. We'll just pause and reorganize everything. So, I wish to secure some land for some that is not currently set to inherit any. I'm just going to go to the wiki and see what that does. If it gives me a CB, I'm going to be really happy, but I don't think it does. So, not much I can do with that. Have any rivals? Only these guys. So, I mean, he's a pretty strong martial ruler. I want to kill... I remember there's a way that I can, like, get a group of Satanists to kidnap someone. Lower tier than a duke or relative to someone. Okay, enables right-clicking the portraits of characters a lower tier than duke or relative to someone lower tier than a duke to attempt to abduct and imprison them with the help of the brethren. So this guy is a count. Attempt to abduct. I see. It's very, you know what? Can't do it. I'm too weak. I mean, I could obviously give up my son. Oh, that's right. I paused the game because I wanted to find my new ambition. So in this case, I'm going to try and gain another title. Introduced a bard to Duke Minucus today, and I do hope he liked the poetry and songs. Hello, Last Geek Plays. How you doing? Alright, so in this case I'll just do some castle walls. They're relatively inexpensive. I'll still be able to afford a war if it comes down to it, but I don't want to ignore my my realm just on the off chance that my chancellor actually winds up doing something useful. Maybe when this war is over, I'll consider doing the blunt instrument. But for now, I'm just gonna sit. The good news is we haven't been subject to any sieges or anything like that, so I can sort of live with the uncertainty going on. This thing will tick away anyway. Oh God, I'm an hour and a half over. On the off chance they're useful? Sorry, Last Geek Plays, I think I missed the context. I'm starting to fade away. Oh, okay. That sounds like a good time to end it. So, you have a new heir. If your character dies, you will now play as Goinmar Adamini. Count Adermo has given up the ghost at age 60. He died of poor physique. The orgy did him in. Known to be kind, he had few had bad words to say about him. A godly man, Arderno is with God now. I'm not so sure about that. Count Adermo, a frail and sickly man, the realm wishes good health to return to him. Long live Count Adermo. So, we have a few people who... I'm pretty sure... Oh no, she's the sister. So be it. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave all of this for next Monday. So next Monday we will say, okay, we've got a new set that we're working with. We need to make some choices in terms of what my priorities and all of that's going to be. We need to reorganize the council. Let's move these away. But one thing that is fun to do now is I will hit resign. First of all, I'll save. Resign. And what we'll do now is we will see sort of what's changed. We'll do the chronicle, we'll do the score, and I don't know. I kind of like the idea of how this will turn out, because I figure at the end of each stream, especially if we do like one generation each, it'll be sort of neat to see how these work out. So with a score of 3,211, you beat the House of Godwin. On January 5th, 1066, Harold Godwinson became King of England. His father had spent much of the reign of King Canute building up a family power base, and with the death of Edward the Confessor, he was able to assume the throne. However, he wasn't the only claimant. Harold of Norway and William of Normandy both claimed the title and invaded. Harold was defeated and killed at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, but Harold and Harold would later be defeated and killed, along with his two brothers, by William at the Battle of Hastings. With his death, the power of the House of Godwin collapsed and its lands were divided amongst the victorious Norman lords who followed William. So we had 33 years as the Scion, who embraced Satanism in his later years, and not looking too good for the son, who apparently is disease-ridden and with low prestige, but we at least did better than House Godwin. The Chronicle. This is the Chronicle of the House Adamini, which is contained the record of yearly fortunes, glories, and difficulties. Count Adermo of Verona married Ekaterine, daughter of Doge Leon of Amalfi. Oh, thanks, K5. Actually, I think these things wind up being really long. Okay, well, let's go for the ones that are important. Duke Peter Friuli. Well, okay, we'll read as far as we can, and I'll skip over what I can. Peter Freely, the liege of Count Adermo, died in an accident on the 3rd of May, 77. Had her first daughter. 772, the earth shook for 3 days in Verona, killing 200 peasants and a priest. 773, strange and wonderful serpents were seen in Verona. In 774, Verona, the people celebrated the benevolent rule of Count Adermaro. 775, Pope Stephanus III, leader of the Catholic faithful, died bedridden and infirm on the 25th. 776, the earth shook. Verona saw an unusually bountiful harvest in the year 777. More earthquakes in 778. A goat with 3 heads was born in Verona in 779. In 780, people in Verona claimed to have seen 2 suns at the same time. In 781, I lost my daughter to rabies. In 782, Duke Ursus of Friuli, the liege lord of Count Adermo, died a natural death, and my firstborn son was born. In 783, a 10-foot tall woman was crucified in the county of Verona. In 784, a river flooded parts of Verona in the spring. In 785, several people in Verona spoke of seeing strange shapes dancing on the moon. 786, the earth continued to shake, killing 200 peasants and a priest. In 787, we found another 10-foot tall woman to crucify. In 788, the river flooded parts of Verona. In 789, a goat with 3 heads was born again. In 790, another flood. In 791, people in Verona claimed to have seen 2 suns at the same time. Pope Lucius II died of consumption. Norsemen set sail on their longships to trade and raid beyond their northern homelands in ever-increasing numbers, signaling the beginning of a new age. In 793, tens of thousands of crows invaded Verona just before the harvest, causing much damage to farmers' fields. In 794, an uncommonly great number of children were born this year. In 795, an uncommonly great number of children were born again. In 796, an unusually bountiful harvest. 797, a star fell from the sky in Verona, killing 3 cows. In 798, my son married Irene, daughter of the Doge, and we later converted her to Catholicism. In 799, a dragon was seen in the county of Verona. In the year 800 in Verona, people celebrated the benevolent rule, my rule. In 781, Pope Urbanus II, leader of the Catholic faithful, died of severe stress on June 1st, 1801, clearly stressed by the wicked acts of my Satanism. And finally, in 802, Count Adermo died having fucked himself to death in an orgy. On the 13th of February, 802, his son Adermo succeeded the throne of the county in a grand ceremony in Verona. Sorry, I will not drop the F-bomb. I don't swear that much on the stream, so I realize it gets a little surprising when I say that sort of stuff. But I don't know if I'll do the chronicle each time, but it is fun to see how the family grows. So decent start. Thanks a lot, guys, for hanging out. I think we're slowly starting to repair the follow numbers from last week. Not that that's a huge deal, but it is sort of nice to get those reports. Subs took a little bit of a hit, but I think that always happens at the end of the month, so we'll see where things sit at the end. Those kinds of numbers don't matter nearly as much as having a group of people who are interested in these games or otherwise sort of... I suppose the best way to put it is just people who like it, and it's enjoyable to sort of hang out with and to share with. So that's kind of what matters. I mean, in terms of the participation, whether it was in chat or people watching, this was great. Like, I was not expecting this much of a response to Crusader Kings 2, so I'm definitely encouraged to keep doing it. Do let me know if you want to keep seeing more Crusader Kings 2 stuff. I'll be doing it Mondays anyway. But as always, if there's something that you'd like, I'm very open to suggestions. The only thing I'm not open to is basically being told what to do. So ask yes, tell no. I really do want to do the best I can, even if that means doing things that are different or uncomfortable. So thank you. And Mort Van, I hope to see you again too. If not, no hard feelings. But I will be streaming it every Monday. I usually start at 7 o'clock Eastern, so basically 4.5 hours. Well, that probably I started a bit late. So, but yeah, 7 o'clock Eastern time. So 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, about 5 hours from now. If for whatever reason you can't catch my stuff live, I know there is a benefit to having live broadcasts, but obviously the VODs will be on Twitch. But I do upload all of the VODs on YouTube as well. So if you can't watch it regularly, that's fine. If you just like my stuff, it's pretty available, I think. So I don't, like I said, I don't take attendance or anything like that. But if you want to participate in chat, we're certainly happy to have you. And Crusader Kings 2 will be every Monday for the foreseeable future. Wednesdays and Fridays, I am dividing between Mass Effect 2, XCOM 2, and there will be a couple of other things that are coming up in the next month, but I'm going to try... Oh, and Frozen Synapse 2, of course. But I'm going to do my best to try finish stuff before, taking on too many side projects. Also, for those of you who don't know, we are doing something a little bit different. This is sort of a pilot that I'm doing right now. There's a couple of other similar ideas that I'll be running with. But for those of you who like The Elder Scrolls, I've only ever played like about 20 minutes of Skyrim. I've probably played a little bit more now, but for those of you who like The Elder Scrolls, I'm playing The Elder Scrolls Arena blind for the first time. And I'm doing it on a series of vodcasts, which are every Tuesday. So tomorrow at 7 o'clock, the vodcast will be up. If you want to see the playlist, again, that's on YouTube, but all the episodes are on my Twitch channel as well. The only thing I'll warn you is because I really jumped into it, the VOD for next vodcast is 6 hours long. So if you want to watch all of it, that's totally fine, but... I don't know if everybody's going to be able to last that full duration. So you might want to watch it in multiple parts. And normally I'll try to keep them a little bit more managed, but things wound up getting a little bit ahead of me on that. So, but I should also mention too, guys, for those of you who haven't seen them, I do voice my character, who is a Dunmer. So if you want to hear a dark elf voice, I do that as well. And sorry, Morat Van, I was busy shilling the rest of my other stuff. Susan, I think I'm a really good streamer for all sorts of thanks. Do you do Stellaris single player too? Yes. So Mondays are dedicated to Paradox Grand Strategy games. I have avoided Crusader Kings 2 for so long, not because I don't like it, but because there have been so many patches and updates to Stellaris, and they keep giving them to me. So we did a little Hearts of Iron. We've done a fair amount of Stellaris, and I used to do Crusader Kings 2 a lot. So I will do Stellaris. I'm going to be away from it for a little bit. I'll probably be away until the new patch comes out. But if you do like Stellaris stuff, again, do feel free to stop by the YouTube channel, because my whole previous Stellaris playthrough will be in there, and you can see everything from the first episode to the end, and that was a win for us. So hopefully that'll scratch that itch until the new patch comes out. Oh my goodness, Eyes of Sin, you're doing the Lord's work here. All right, guys, I'm sorry I'm filibustering the ending as I normally do. Let me take a quick minute, and I do want to mention the people who are hosting me tonight. So we've got Flofi, Vanguard Master, Chaotic Tabris, Mr. Franz, Custom Games, Yorkshire Bastard, Miss Ariella, Maka Angzer, The Sleepbringer, Mingo Duck, Nubisaur 42, Kaylee Cakes, Infernal Fowler, The Eyes of Sin 92, Malicide, The Rambler 146, Unknown Brigade, Starbright Knight, and Johnny Big Time. I know it's easy to kind of get lost in that alphabet soup of people, but I do really appreciate that. I've been trying my best to make sure that people get credit for what they're doing. But I am done for tonight. I think we are going to raid the GOG channel, and Kilgore Trout is doing the Bard's Tale right now. So I believe it's the remastered original Bard's Tale. So I have occasionally appeared on the GOG channel. I'm talking with them to see if there's something else that they might enjoy. But Kilgore's a good guy, and I think you guys will enjoy the new Bard's Tale. So that seems like a good one to raid. Feel free to use that raid message. We're tired of System Talk. Heard this place was better. And I'll try to hang out as much as I can on Tuesday during the Elder Scrolls playthrough. But until then, If I don't see you there, I will see you on Wednesday, and I'll announce on Twitter what I'm playing when I know. All right, thanks guys. See you at GOG.